Biggest loser of all time. I'm special.
a show starring a binary trans woman born in the body of a non-binary atheist, trade unionist, equality advocate, and Anahuaco syndicalist that self-identifies as an unhinged fear pimp, outraged brigade commander, free speech police officer, SJW, and a bad faith agent of chaos.
Welcome, everyone. I've got to get the music back on because Jordan Joan B's first in the chat. That's a new one. She's always first in the chat. So, like usual, there's disasters everywhere. By the way, if you want to help out the show, go to, I almost said patreon.com. You can go to patreon.com, but actually, if you go to teapartypodcast.com, find out all the socials where you can connect with the show. I'd appreciate it. That being said, let me show you. So usually I have two things for the show. I have a bottle of water and I have my tea. This is my bottle of water. It was sitting up here. It decided it didn't want to live up here anymore and went, ooh, and then opened, which I caught it. Still got a little puddle down there. And then I go and set it back up here again, and it falls down again. By the way, David, if you want to jump into the chat, you or anyone that you deem worthy, or Jonathan, my two patrons, you can jump into Patreon and get the link, or if you want me to send it to somebody else, I can. Because I know David is shy. Anyways. Welcome to the show, everyone. So I spent all day trying to get OBS to work. Well, OBS, Zoom, and my whole setup to work. I haven't got that done yet, so basically I've defaulted. I'm not shy, I'm drunk. Either or. See, I'm the opposite of that. When I get drunk, I'm usually very outgoing, should I say? But whatever. So anyways, I've got a little puddle down here that I'm gonna have to take care of after the show. And Jordan Joan P, if you want, you can come on. I can put Jordan Joan P in timeout, but I'm not going to do that. That'd be rude. Very rude. Let me see. I can invite up to 10 guests. Wow. Anyways. Actually. Let's do this. Because I think the one place that I have Jordan Joan P is following me. Oh, she... By the way, Jordan Joan P, I've never asked you, what pronouns do you prefer? I want to tell a little fucking story. So if you've watched the show at all, you know that I like Call of Duty. And there's a gamer that I love, Amelia. And she plays COD. She's one of the best COD players, female COD players on the planet. And Okay, cool. So I was doing the right thing. So I was in Emily's live on Twitch. And David doesn't tick or talk. Well, do you have a watch? It is the clock app, by the way. No pressure, Jordan Joan P. If you want to come on, you can. I have sent you the link in Instagram where you follow me. But I was in Amelia Rose, I think. Let's see if I can find her. Rose Gamer. Put Call of Duty. Let's do that. Call of Duty. So Amelia is well, let me just show you. So she's done no, we don't need that. We don't need me that big. Oh, and I'm frozen. Let it go. Let it go. So this is Amelia. And she's in this media thing here talking about toxicity. Because she's in women in esports. And she gets a lot. The last show I did, I showed an actual where she actually got. She basically handed these guys their asses, and which I thought was funny. By the way, let me just go in here and fix this real quick. We're gonna have this problem until I get a new camera. Unfortunately. So Amelia, I was in her chat, and basically somebody else made a point about somebody else, I forget what they were talking about, but I asked if a certain person was trans. And literally, oh, Jordan says, I probably can't. I was going to help my mom with putting up a TV on the wall. Be right back. Ask her when. Okay. That's cool. So Amelia basically in her chat, which I feel like it's a pretty LGBT, especially T friendly place. I asked another user if they were trans. And I literally had somebody from the chat DM me and told me that was inappropriate for me to ask. And I was like, that is because I talked to the person. David says, I remember the first Call of Duty. I haven't played since then. Well, the thing is, I love the game, but I hate a lot of the people in the game because a lot of them, I mean, there's a lot of homophobia. I mean, it is like going to a gym. It's that level of bro toxicity. It's all over the place. So, in games, I tend to see if I can do this without electrocuting myself. I tend to stay away from chat, especially. In certain parts, I'm probably out because, like, there's different sections in COD. There's like Vanguard. There is Black Ops. There is Modern Warfare. and there's Warzone. Warzone is the only one of those that is not paid. It's a free tier, so you get everybody in there. On Warzone, it's actually less toxic. I mean, I literally have tags like the trans flag, the LGBT flag, and all these different things. But to have somebody that's cis, because after I talked to this person, that's fine, Jordan Jumpy. I have plenty of content to go through for tonight if Jonathan doesn't show up. Oh God, I can't drink my tea too fast. I only have 1/3 of a jug of water to drink. So anyways, this cis woman was telling me I shouldn't say that I shouldn't ask someone publicly if they're trans or not. And I was like, that to me, it's a sign of progress. To me, it's a sign of to have somebody that's cis, like saying, this isn't cool to do to a trans person. I thought that was awesome because she didn't know I was trans. So, and that's awesome. I think it's great. I told her, I said, I would have been bitchy if you were in the wrong because you're cis and I'm trans. But she was right. So I thought that's a sign of good things. One other thing that I did want to talk about, and I love this. This is the default opera screen. It's not the default. I picked this one just because I love it. Break gender norms. Break, what other people think of you. You can be tattooed and you can be tender and sweet. Go against the grain. But I've got this on. I've got this on Telegram, actually. I've got a lot on Telegram. Oh. Actually, might as well just bring Telegram over here. Let's watch this. So, let's see. Oh, what just happened? Oh, there we are. Let's see if I can do it this way. No, it's not going to let me. All right. I have to bring it over here. So this white guy says, there's a difference between black and the N-word. And this is what happens when you do that. Now, I want to say two things about this, because I would sit there and have conversations about what is okay violence wise and what is not. And this, to me, first of all, if you notice in the video, let me see if I can. The guy, I'll turn this down a little bit. The guy is not hitting, he's not punching him. He's slapping him. This gentleman, first of all, First off, in the beginning of the video, he says this. He thinks he has the right to say this to a black man. And this guy, right here, first of all, he's slapping him. He's not punching him. He's slapping him. If he had wanted to, he could have killed this guy. But he didn't. He literally chose to shame the guy instead of harm him. And continuing on, he pounds out some shame on this guy. He's slapping the shit out of him again. And then the guy's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And then he continues to talk shit. And the guy's like, sit the fuck down. He's like, oh, you're going to keep talking, are you? And that is when he keeps wailing on him. I mean, this guy needs to learn to shut the hell up. And hopefully Grandpa here learned a lesson from that. But oh dear. Yeah, that's special. Like I said, I usually don't condone violence, but that was definitely acceptable, I believe, because the guy was doing when there's a physical violence and there is emotional violence. And what that white guy was doing was emotional violence that is on the scale of hundreds of years, built on hundreds of years of oppression. And that is not okay. And, like I said, I don't condone it. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, I'm a pacifist and you can't be violent towards. Fuck that. Richard Spencer shut the fuck up when he got his shit slapped. Slapping, if you remember back in the day when Saddam Hussein, when that whole thing was going, when that whole war was going on, and you had oh fuck, what's the guy that threw the shoe at him? I mean, he did that for a reason, it was a shame thing. And yeah, again, Grandpa here isn't going to ever do that again. And he wasn't physically harmed. He was literally, I mean, if you look at the video, you can see the guy gets back up. And he's like, you aren't going to shut the fuck up. I mean, literally, this guy thinks he has so much privilege. Oh, David. Oh. David. David doesn't want to say anything, but that's okay. But yeah, he was doled out. David said, "Gotta love American justice."
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Oh, so, fuck. I have to mute the stream.
It's like you've never listened or been on any other shows before. Like that's the first rule.
Well, I'm white, cis-het male, so I can do whatever I want. So
even confuse the fuck out of yourself.
Yeah.
Nice.
Why do you think I have Aristotle as my avatar?
Was Aristotle Greek?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but I mean, Greek is a wide spectrum of
I was just wondering
ethnicity because they spoke the same language, they had the same culture, but they sort of split up into multiple city states and so forth. He was the tutor of Alexander, which is his claim to fame.
Alexander the Great.
He was called the Great, yes.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't want your name to be Alexander the Mediocre.
Alexander the not so great hid behind the counter. Waited for all the other guys to get to the finish line before you actually spoke up. No. But no, yeah. I don't know. I just thought it was a bit rude not to for you not to have anyone to talk to, but I don't know. You decide.
Well, right now I'm just trying to get my camera to work for 5 seconds.
I can't get mine to work any time, so yeah. That's why I'm Aristotle.
I get a frozen face here. Hopefully that'll I'm going to get that fixed with an upgrade to one of my cameras. But so what do you think of this justice here doled out? I mean, to be honest with you, like there's a part of me that's like violence is never the answer, and I was like that for a long time, but then I was like if violence isn't the answer, what about Nazis?
Yeah, well, probably when it comes to Nazis, the violence is always the answer because they don't understand anything else. That's just, I mean, that's historically the thing that you learn from history. You don't really learn a lot from history, but what you learn is that fascists don't understand anything but violence.
Well, and they'll use that violence against you. So I mean,
yeah, man. I mean, I should be if they took like a photo of anyone, I am what they want, and but I don't want to be what they want. That's the thing, because I am cis het male, whatever, white, born male, and so forth, European, whatever you want to call it. But I don't want what they are describing as the perfect world.
Well, and I mean, when it comes down to it, for me, I feel like there's a lot of times when violence is used when it's not necessary. I'm thinking of like especially parents using corporal punishment on their kids and that kind of thing. I don't think that's necessary. I think that as a parent, because in fact, I'm going to see if I can bring this video up. There was a one of the TikToks that you're so not going for.
It's just I wasn't even a wines person back in the day. I just knew what it was, but I knew what it was, but I didn't know any of them. And then suddenly it's TikTok and
So all right, so I'm gonna you can see that, and my camera stopped when I was scratching my nose. That's attractive. So let's do this. So this video that I'm about to play, let me see. Let's see if it's about parental violence, and because I sit there and think, what are we trying to teach our kids? Let me see. I know I didn't use it on last show. But I don't think I have it. Yeah, I do have the "What do you want to be when you grow up?" But basically, it was Ryan Starr, someone on TikTok. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is the video.
Why are so many parents still hitting their kids? We now have decades worth of evidence, over 50 years, mountains of evidence that hitting children is detrimental to their overall development and well-being. It has been linked to all manner of complications and problematic behaviors and just a laundry list of reasons why it's not a good idea. So with all of this evidence supporting the idea that hitting your children is not the appropriate way to raise them, why are so many parents still insisting that it is? Now, there could be a lot of answers to this, but I think ultimately it comes down to the fact that for a lot of parents, whether or not they'll admit it, even to themselves, it was never actually about what was best for their kids. I don't think it was ever about, I'm trying to do what's best for my kids. And if, evidence was given that what I was doing wasn't effective or that there was a better way, I would, listen to that to do the best job possible. I don't think it was ever about that. Because if it was truly about what was best for their kids, then they would stop doing something that's objectively not the best for their kid or for any kid. If it were truly about, not wanting to take parenting advice from people that don't have kids, then they would listen to all of the parenting experts who do in fact have kids. But they don't, because it was never about that. So what was it about? I believe that for most parents who insist on continuing to hit their kids, it was about reclaiming the power that was taken from them by their own parents. I don't think I know a single person who hits their kids who wasn't also hit as a child. That is a learned behavior. And when they were hit as a child, they often felt powerless. They felt frustrated. They felt helpless in that situation. Having kids of their own is a chance to take back that power. It's a chance to reverse the roles. It's a chance to be the one taking the power from somebody else. And their children will likely grow up and do the same thing to their kids, and the cycle will continue. Because parents have not taken the time to examine and unpack the trauma of their own childhoods, the traumatic impact of having their power and their agency taken away from them. And many of us grow up in a culture that tells us that this is normal. So many of us don't even know that there is a problem to be examined. I don't think this is a conscious choice by most parents. I don't think many parents who hit their kids as a form of discipline are setting out to abuse them. I think they are genuinely acting out on an internalized trauma that they have never unpacked, and in many cases don't even know that they have. But there is becoming less and less of an excuse for this as more and more data comes out to support the idea that this is not an effective way to raise children. So when faced with this information, it is up to you as an individual to decide whether you're going to bury your head in the sand and continue in a practice that is proven to be ineffective, or if you're going to learn to face your own traumas, unpack them, and deal with them so that you do not pass them on to others.
So, and the two you may not think are related, but for me, I sit there and think, what do I want to teach my child? Now, my child's 30 years old, but as a parent, what do you want to show your child? And when it comes to violence, I think that you should be showing that is something that is not the first. That's not something that you use it as self-defense. If someone in your family is harming you, then yes, violence is the answer.
Yep.
I mean, and that's
self-defense. Yes.
Yes, and I sit there when I was sitting there thinking about it, I'm sitting there going, well, I don't think as my child, I should be teaching them that somehow it is morally wrong. It's morally wrong to use violence, but I don't truly believe that. I don't believe that it's morally wrong in every case. Is what I've come to the realization is. I mean, because being a what do you call it? A pacifist is something that you have.
What do you call it?
Well, you have to have a shitload of privilege to be a pacifist. You know, to sit.
I don't. Yeah, probably, but
when you're having the shit beat out of you by police, violence.
Well, obviously, in that situation, it's a privilege to be a pacifist. Yes.
You know, the people that are at the back. You know, that's there was a fella on our friend Comrade Cuddles or Black Bloc Politics on the TikToks.
Mm-hmm.
He had a live. Essentially, it's like this, only it's on TikTok, and this guy came on and like accused a black man of being an accelerationist. This person was not black, and literally the first person that Black Bloc paints his fingernails. So he's not a small black fella. But he's going to be a target. If there's a quote revolution, his body is going to be one of the first ones impacted. His life is going to be one of the first ones impacted. And you know, it's easy for someone who's white and who's sitting way back in the back. Their lives aren't going to be affected. You know, they're going to have all those people at the front, but let me see. This is.
I just want to say this. I'm white. I don't approve of anything. No. I always get in these kind of situations, but because what am I going to say? Of course, if I were in your situation, I'd probably do what you did. For me to do the same would be utterly despicable, because I have the privilege of being both born and raised in a situation where I'm sort of at the top of the pile. So if I advocated the same kind of thing, it would be strange.
Do you mean violence in terms of?
Yeah, because the violence I would advocate would be downwards, and this is the thing.
Yeah,
I'd always in almost any situation I would be advocating downwards violence, even if I personally would be in a sort of a socio-economical say you could call it a socio-economical disadvantage when regards to anything else that's not socio-economical. I would be in a privileged position, and this is the problem, which mostly stems from an America-centric worldview, I think, because you have a lot of people in Europe that's in my position. No, not in my position, because I'm privileged, because I don't have to beg in any way for my subsistence. But you have a lot of people in Europe who are in the position of being not privileged enough. They have to beg for their persistence, but they're classified as cishet white or whatever you want to call them. And
Well, there's an
that's the
element.
problem.
Yes. I mean, you're talking about. I mean, there's intersections. you
Yep.
know? I mean,
Absolutely.
and that especially in America, the right has captured the working class.
Absolutely. And that is the problem. And certainly when you try to travel between America and Europe, because you have a lot of poor people in Europe who are not marginalized in the same way that you have people in America who are marginalized, because in America you have a lot of people racialized and marginalized because of their race, but also because of their economic situation. In Europe you have a lot of people marginalized because of their economic situation, but not necessarily because of their racial situation. And these people should join up, but the quote unquote race issue often gets in the way, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of back and forth with that, because
Yeah, me too. But
living in the UK, I mean, I see a lot of denial when it comes to race, and there being race issues in England. But I mean,
probably yes.
there. I mean, you literally just have to look at the Windrush scandal, where people from places that like Jamaica that literally have they're British colonies, and those people had the legal right to be here, but they were deported essentially. And that was based on race, but
Of course it was.
But I do get your point that it's there's that segregation.
I don't want to. I'm not a martyr in any way. I mean, I'm privileged in every, or not every, but most of the ways you can be privileged. I am a privileged person. But what frustrates me a lot when listening to people who are not as privileged as me, and I don't want to tell them what's wrong or right. Just don't get me wrong on that. But what I often get as a problem is that they tend to focus on minutiae, minor details of differences, instead of looking at what they all have in common. And that frustrates me to an nth degree sometimes. That you're looking for that little part that is different, instead of looking and focusing on the things that you have in common. And you shouldn't focus on skin color or whatever. But that I understand it.
The thing with that with me though, I mean, like in this situation, especially with Eric, Black Bloc Politics, you have this guy here. Let me see if I can.
Capitalism, you fucking hate the Grand Canyon too.
So this fella here, like, is saying that Black Bloc is a accelerationist, because he doesn't believe in voting. He doesn't believe that voting does anything for the most marginalized. And I think the jury's come in with a verdict on that quite a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Voting doesn't change things except around the edge.
I mean, I've been around anarchist circles since I was about 15 or so. So I know exactly the kind of rhetoric you're talking about. Trouble is what what do you have to present as an alternative? That's
Well,
the thing.
and here's the thing. I mean, there already is a growing. Well, we'll talk about that in a minute, but I do want to point this out. Like, this guy says, if you hate political incrementalism, then you hate the Grand Canyon too, because that's how the Grand Canyon was made. Literally, this is his argument.
You fucking hate the Grand Canyon too, because how was the goddamn Grand Canyon made?
What do we want? What do we want?
50 to 70 million years.
So basically,
You hate incremental.
basically, this guy's for incrementalism because his rights, he as an American is not being fucked in the same way that Eric is, and he's calling him an accelerationist, and that is something that I think you can only point to people that are at the back of the line when it comes to who's going to pay the price in any kind of revolution. That being said, too, you get people like this. You'll talk about revolution, and his whole point in Alive was saying that there wasn't the structure to support a revolution, and now is not the time. And again, this is the classic of white appearing people telling black people now is not the time. I mean, they said the same thing back in the 60s with MLK. Now is not the time. And you literally have and this is I don't think we should necessarily be kind of following fucking Christo-fascist assholes, but literally this is from Gab. If you're not familiar with Gab is a basically Twitter alternative.
It's good for Gabriel, I think, is one of the angels.
Yeah, it's definitely religious in nature. But that being said, their whole shindig, their whole thing is building a parallel society, building technology to power a parallel Christian society. They're doing this. They're already doing this.
This is a bit like, I don't know if you've seen this, but you have these Orthodox Jews using technology to follow scripture, the Torah and so on, making elevators and so forth to so they don't have to touch it, so they don't have to do anything during the forbidden times, which is usually a Saturday for Jews, I think. This is sort of the same thing. You're trying to use technology to avoid doing things that are not appropriate to what you believe, in quotation marks, because the belief that you are professing is something that you've made up out of whole cloth, basically. Yeah, please continue.
Well, I think that there has to be, I mean, if you look at the Black Panthers, I mean, this is what they were doing. They not technology, but they were building a parallel support network, doctors, food for children, education, all these all these
They
things.
were acting defensively. I mean, it's not like they just got that out of nothing. It was a defense against what they saw around them. So it's a defensive
Yeah, oh, totally.
reaction. It's a reaction to something.
But it's a defense against the state that was literally trying to annihilate
Well,
them.
obviously, yes.
and did annihilate them.
Hmm.
They effectively and COINTELPRO destroyed the Black Panther Party. So that being said, I mean, I feel like when you're talking about building society, a parallel anarchist society or communist or however you want to frame it, leftist, the answer isn't fucking voting.
Obviously, no.
I am not one to say that I'm not going to sit there and say don't vote.
No, I mean, that's been a bit. There's one of those anarchist bugbears ever since, well, whatever. But I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to vote.
Exactly.
It's not like if you don't vote, you're not doing anything.
Yeah,
So,
it should
whatever.
be the action that's at the very bottom.
Mm-hmm.
It should be like the lowest level tier praxis that you could call it. I mean, like it's just above scratching your ass.
Yeah.
I mean,
one thing though, I think you're going there, but yes, voting isn't. I mean, voting is nothing really, but joining a union, that's the thing. Join a union, whatever, and especially if you're in the US, because in Europe, joining a union, it's like, yeah, you're filling out the paperwork, but in the US, it seems, as far as I know, it's a bit more difficult than that.
well, and I'm kind of torn on this because as I have been involved with my union here in the UK, and my union is part of the TUC, which is the largest union in the UK with 6 million members, and I've seen how they can be responsive to something, but at the same time be lethargic as hell.
That's why I differentiated between the US and Europe, because in a European concept, in a European sphere, you have these unions that have a lot of powers and had a lot of powers, but they use them in a very strange way. This is, I don't know, how do you explain this thing to Americans? This is a problem.
Well, if you're old enough, I think you do remember. I mean,
but American unions and European unions are still not the same thing.
Well, what I'm getting at with that point is the American unions used to be closer to back in the 70s. The late 60s, early 70s, but there was this demonization of unions as being corrupt and part of organized crime.
Usually because they were.
Well, some of it, yeah. Jimmy Hoffa. I mean,
yeah,
that type of.
But that's an American thing, mainly.
But you saw that the union heads became like elevated to a place of, they were more in line with the CEOs of the corporations than they were the people that they were representing.
Absolutely, and that's it happened in Europe to a certain degree as well, but it definitely happened in America.
Well, and there was a
Um,
neutering with Reagan. There was
Mhm.
definitely a neutering of the powers of unions, especially when with the airline pilots strike.
Hmm.
That was kind of a moment where union after that union membership declined substantially, and now I think it's about 4%.
Well, there's nothing.
Yeah, it's infinitesimal.
Mhm.
And really the only people that are represented by a union are things like I'm trying to think, the biggest, like AFL-CIO.
That's probably like script writers for Hollywood or something like that. They have a very powerful union.
Oddly enough, you know who has the strongest union in the United States?
Yes, if it's not the script writers of Hollywood, I don't know.
It's the police.
Yeah, of course, yeah. The yellow one. I don't know if you are familiar with the concept of yellow unions.
I'm not.
No, the yellow union is a union that's controlled by the employer.
Well, the police unions are so weird because they're almost above the employer in terms of, I mean, they're literally they're called fraternal order of police. They'll literally be these organizations that will come in and support police officers that have murdered people, and you're sitting there going, well, fuck. And they give the defense, the same defense every fucking time. They were afraid for their life. You know,
The fucking chicken people who joined the police force. I mean, I can understand that in a European setting, because you're not, if you're a police officer, you don't really expect being confronted with someone with an AK-47 or anything. But if you're a US policeman or woman, then you would probably think that you would, yeah, you'd probably be one. At some point, you'd probably face gun violence.
well, and you should be trained for that. But the fact is that like literally like this most recent case where a guy was literally asleep on the couch at his friend's house, and they busted in, no knock warrant. They busted in, and within 9 seconds had shot the guy dead because he was reaching for a gun that he legally owned. He was a legal permit carrying gun owner. They came in unannounced. What are you going to do if somebody breaks into your house and you're a legal gun owner? The whole point of having a gun is to protect yourself when somebody is coming into your castle, and to sit there and say that, I mean, no knock warrants shouldn't exist to begin with, but it's the power of the state. They literally dictate this shit. And
I think really the problem is that there's a police force breaking into your home without any kind of they should sort of send a letter to you saying that we're coming around at this time. That's what they should do if they're serious about it. If they don't do that, then well, I mean, of course, in certain situation don't want to forewarn your victims that you're coming. But if you're doing that as a standard practice, I think you probably have to sort of work on your routines. This is not what you want to do.
Well,
Mm.
I rarely agree with Vosh on much of anything.
I don't even watch or listen to him, so I don't know what he's saying. I used I shouldn't say I used to. I listened to a couple of things he said, and I thought, "What the fuck is he saying?" And then I didn't. I stopped listening.
Well, but he literally had recently had a take on the whole no-knock warrant stuff, and I sit there and I was like, this kind of, I feel bad because I kind of agree with his take, which is essentially that no-knock warrants shouldn't exist, and if it means a couple cops get killed, then so be it. As opposed to you have literally hundreds of black and black men essentially and women being murdered by police officers with this no-knock warrant bullshit.
Yeah, well, that seems like such a no-brainer. So, I mean, if he found that one, then that's. I mean, he could probably find that one, even if he's stupid enough to miss it. He probably could find that one.
Well, yeah.
I just think. I mean, the original purpose of police is to
the original
to protect people against people who are not a part of society, so to speak, which means that the police originally, even as you speak of them, had some kind of purpose to keep away other people who you don't want to see around. So the original purpose of police is to keep away people that you don't want to see around, and you can draw your own conclusions from that.
Well, because originally the police were there to support or to protect private property and
property.
Slaves. Especially in America, the police were founded to hunt for slaves. There were slave patrols.
Exactly.
they have that history, like in America, specifically in America.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
I wonder why they don't sort of display that when they have their anniversaries. That it's the 100 years of the New York Police Department. What were you doing for those 100 years before now? I don't know.
Here. I found this guy's TikTok. I want to play this video. J. William. See if I can. My keyboard's underneath here, so I literally had to
hidden keyboard slaying dragon.
I couldn't find my original my home row. Anyways,
no-knock warrants are unjustifiable, and they do so little good in the marginal instances where they are justified, compared to the bad they do otherwise, that they could just be banned and I wouldn't care. Will a few more cops die sometimes? I don't care. Rather them die, they took the pledge, than the civilians they would have killed in the way. Yeah, I don't care. What, like, oh, sorry, is the job too dangerous for you? You can quit. Could Amir Locke have quit? What? Being killed by the cops? What pledge did he make? What academy training did he take? What body armor was he wearing? What 7 fucking masked men in SWAT gear were backing him up? So I'd love proof to the contrary. If anyone has evidence that actually no-knock warrants secretly save like 8 million cops a year or something, then I'd love that. But you know, something tells me that the existence of no-knock warrants has a hell of a lot more to do with racism and police being cowards than it has to do with, you know, any kind of logistical, criminological, data collection. No-knock warrants are able to keep drug dealers from flushing their drugs down the toilet. And what a valuable sacrifice that is. Thank God in the United States, we can kill extra civilians, and the benefit we get is that we can arrest more drug users. Yes. As far as I'm concerned.
And like I said, I don't like to uplift Devosh there, but I think he's right on the point. Cops take an oath. They have training. They have body armor. They have all this stuff. And the people that they're killing have none of that. You still with me, David? Did I piss you off with Vosh? I think David may have had to take a break, but I'm
still here. Yep.
But I tend to think, yeah, you're right. It's one of those things where Vosh can veer into the fucking, what is that? A stop clock is right twice a day. He veered into something that, I don't know. To me, is a pretty milquetoast leftist position, if you consider yourself a leftist. But no-knock warrants literally have.
The hardest thing is considering yourself a leftist, because if you say you're a leftist, you're opening yourself to any kind of criticism, because you have a lot of bigoted assholes out there. I'm sorry to say, but you do. Especially if you're male.
Well, and that's the thing, though. I mean, you can't. Leftist does not mean. I realized this way back in the day, when I was listening to a supposed liberal talk show host or hostess, and she was basically a female leftist, Rush Limbaugh. And basically, I made this post because I was doing research on something, and I ended up finding this post on a liberal left Facebook group. And basically what it was that they were being misogynistic and transphobic against not Rachel Maddow. I played a trick on my readers here, because I said this about Rachel Maddow, who's on the left spectrum. But who they were actually talking
in an American context, yes.
Yeah. But who they were really talking about was Ann Coulter. And Ann Coulter is a right wing shill. She's one of the OG grifters. She's a conservative political commentator, but she's learned how to grift. She was one of the original grifters. She writes books, but people on the left, I mean, what were they doing? What were they saying about her? They were saying basically that she's they called her this radio talk show host specifically called her Man Coulter. And like the quotes, a nasty 2-cent slut. Whoopi should have held her down and Joy could have bitch slapped her. Can't stand her. That horse face wench needs to put a stopper in that pie hole. I mean, they're just on and on and on and on. And literally, like, they think this is okay because she is a nasty person. She's a vile person, so they can be these things. But
This is America, but we exported a lot of right-wing people from Europe to America. We exported a lot of left-wing people from Europe to America as well, but they lost, unfortunately. So this is what you have in America. You have a lot of right-wing people. Some of them are identifying as liberal, but I would say everything in politics in America is so much to the right of anything in Europe.
Well,
it's just not comparable.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you look at somebody like Jeremy Corbyn, who was the leader of the Labor Party here,
he was a social democrat. And he was portrayed as some kind of communist threat, Soviet, whatever.
But he would definitely
he was a social democrat of the classic kind.
But he would have been to the left of Bernie Sanders.
Of course he would, because Bernie Sanders, he had some views on, especially on gun control and so forth, that was way to the right of anything that you would find in Europe.
Gun control, support of Israel.
Exactly.
I mean, all these, and people think, oh, he's such a Bernie Sanders is a communist. I'm just like,
and you'd think. I mean, I wouldn't say I was a supporter of Bernie Sanders, but if he was the alternative to Joe Biden, I'd pick Bernie Sanders any day of the week. But the thing is that, I mean, someone like Joe Biden, he would be a right-wing politician in my country.
Yes. And you have to understand who Joe Biden is. Joe Biden is a segregationist.
Of course.
I mean, you could sit there and argue this, but not very well. He supported busing. He spoke at one of the last segregationist congressman's funeral, and this was in the 2000s. This wasn't like back in the 60s or back in the 70s or the 80s.
I just think, I mean, a lot of people in the US, I'm not generalizing too far, I think, but a lot of people in the US need to understand that a lot of their politics are so far to the right of anything in Europe that they have to think of that. I mean, if they think that someone like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris is a radical thinker, then they don't know anything. They are not radical. They are very, at best, centrists.
But even at that, I mean, literally, look at this picture. Like Strom Thurmond was a segregationist.
Hmm.
You know,
That's a frustrating thing. I can't discuss these things with Americans because they don't have the same political framework. That's the problem. The political framework between America, I mean the U.S., not America as a whole, because South America. Oh my God, I love South America in this.
you have hit on
Mm,
my partner who's Brazilian. You have hit on her biggest pet peeve
mhm.
when it comes to speech, because I'll
Of
say,
course.
well, Americans, blah 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 blah, and she'll say, I'm an American.
Mhm. Of course.
And she's a South American. She's from
Yep.
Brazil, which
Yeah, man. South America for the win. I mean, the people of South America, they've been so fucked over by first the Europeans and then the Americans, the US, not the Americans, because they are Americans, but it's frustrating. I mean, you can't discuss these things with anyone from the US because they are so fucking ignorant of what the politics are.
well, and they're so ignorant, like literally, like as a pride thing. Like they're proud of their ignorance. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you brought something like this, well, I don't give a fuck what Europeans do. We kicked their ass, and when they got in trouble, who did they depend on? You know,
Yeah,
I
of
was,
course. And then you point out to them that
I was
the thing is that why you wanted to get rid of the British is because you wanted to keep your slaves. That's one thing. You wanted to not pay your taxes. That's another wing. Yeah. Why do you think that the Europeans succeeded the way they did? Well, they got rid of slavery for one thing, and they kept the taxes because that financed the welfare states. Mhm. So
well,
the two things that you kept in your revolution were the two things that later on screwed you over. You had your civil war and so on.
well, and when it comes to when it came to slavery, that's the one thing that Americans like. They'll sit there and say, "Oh, look at Cuba. Look,
Hmm.
look at Venezuela. Uh, America is like, look at the wealth capitalism is provided for America, blah blah blah." And I'm like, first off, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because Americans will sit there and talk about trauma and how trauma is um intergenerational. It goes, through families and stuff, but they can't quite grasp that when it comes to capital. Capital does the same thing. It stays within families. It gets passed down. There's such a thing as generational wealth,
Yeah,
and,
of course.
and those things have an impact on the society that you live in. And so much money was built. I mean, billions with a B in 1860s money, not 2021 money or 22 money.
Yeah.
You're talking about billions of dollars of 1865 money, and that money.
1860 money. That's
Yeah.
the thing, because you've had this back and forth discussion, whatever you want to call it, between mainly American historians. Was slavery something that benefited society? If you look at the 1860s census of the US, you will find that slavery was the most profitable part of the economy. So it wasn't just about keeping a certain part of the society alive, a certain part of the society relevant. It was very much a thing about keeping capital, because, well, in this case, capital in the form of people.
Yeah, and repeatedly. I mean, I just finished a book called Slavery Capitalism, and it talks about a lot of what we're talking about here. And what it made me realize is how much that kind of wealth base had an impact on the greatness of the United States. It built this huge pile of capital, of money, that they could be great from.
Mm-hmm.
And that was built on indigenous and black people's bodies and lives and work. You know, and places like Haiti and Cuba and Venezuela, they didn't have that kind of slave trade output that give them this huge pile of capital.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's like,
I know what you mean. I always feel uncomfortable talking about this because I'm not from the US, but I've studied American history enough that I know that America would be nothing at all without the capital that was provided by forced labor. And I mean, a lot of the forced labor was really forced in the form of people taken as slaves from Africa and other places. But I mean, the real origins of America was in indentured servants from Europe, and when that wasn't enough, then you take African slaves. So if you want to sort of make a thing about it, all of America is built on forced labor, and it still is to this day with prisons and so forth.
Well, and that's you get so many people that will sit there. I mean, that was one of the things that I really agreed with Vosh in when he was saying, "Oh, they're gonna get more drug dealers in prison," and that is a pipeline. You literally you suppress the economic value, the economic. I mean. There was a town in Oklahoma that was successful, like a black town in Oklahoma, that was burned to the ground. Here you go. So. All black towns in Oklahoma. And literally they were burned to the ground. And the white people, the Tulsa race massacre, is one of the biggest known ones. But I mean, it's just like literally they said these people are being successful. We can't have that. So literally you're suppressing people's ability to make an income. And then when they try to go out and make an income, the only income that they're able to do, then you punish them for that, and then you use their labor in prison.
Mhm.
You know, it's like slavery doesn't.
I mean, you don't have to be a Marxist to think in materialist ways about this. Getting people to incarcerating people. So what you're gonna do? Well, you can incarcerate people and just lock them down, but a lot of the time you're probably going to use their labor, and you're going to force them to work.
That is slavery.
Yeah. I mean, it's a definitional. It's a definition of forcing people to work. It's not chattel slavery because you can't sell them to anyone else, but it's slavery nonetheless.
Yeah, it's basic. I mean, when there, are you familiar at all with I forget the guy's names. I think his name was Lou. I think it was it Sullivan? There was a guy, he was in the Nixon administration. He talked about
This is America.
Southern strategy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wasn't it?
Oh God, what was the guy's name? He died. He died. I'm trying to find Lee.
I think I know whom you're talking, but I can't remember the name. But the Southern strategy thing is very familiar.
His name was Lee Atwater. Let's see if I can find video of what he said. Oh, stop it. I'll accept all. Let's see. This is just a minute, so. This was Reagan's White House when he was interviewed by Alexander Lamis. Come on.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you get so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes, and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, you know. So any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner.
That literally. He said that in 1981, but it's still the truth. They're still using, Republicans and Democrats are still using coded language. And the thing is, Joe Biden voted for he was the guy that was talking about the one of the people that were talking about the super predators. You know, I mean, this is not. I wouldn't. Again, my friend Eric from Black Box Politics will talk about. He'll say that Joe Biden is a segregationist, and that literally
I'm sorry, but you have to sort of all of the white guys of a certain generation has to die before America gets integrationized. I don't know what the word would be.
You know what? My son said this perfectly. When he was talking about one of our family members. He said the world will be a better place when they die. He said, I hate saying this, but it's true.
Mm.
And that in this context is the same.
Mm. I'm sorry. I'm coming from a non-American perspective on this, because I think because my grandfathers, plural, they would be totally okay with what they would call, and this is in quotation marks, Negro emancipation. They would be totally all right with this because they'd heard on state TV, state radio, whatever, that in America, Negroes were being treated poorly by the state. And they would say, why? Because in their country, they would welcome these people and say, these people are just like us. And I'm talking about the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. But you still have this problem in America. Why? I don't know.
Well, I tend to think that it's because I'll give you my.
I'm not saying it's I know it's more complicated than that, but I'm just giving you my point of view on this, because I'm pretty sure that my paternal grandfather, who he wasn't the brightest guy, I'm going to tell you that. He was a worker. He was a social democrat, but and that's the fact, because he was a social democrat. He would say, of course, the quote unquote Negro is his equal, because it was a worker. But you don't have that in the American concept of race relations, whatever. You have your races, you have your in the other part of it, you have your classes, but class and race is separate in this context.
Well, I'm trying to do this in a way that I'm gonna scoot this over onto my screen, but I'm not gonna show all of it, because this is my family tree and there's still people that are still alive. But this is my grandfather and my grandmother. We called him Pop, and him or her we called Granny. And Granny and Poppy, Pop was a racist. I mean, he was it was weird, because he was the person that really nurtured me, and I was neglected quite a bit when I was younger, and Pop was there for me. But I've learned that this is where I get into trouble with people, but I say that there's no such thing as a bad person. There are broken people that do bad things, and he was one of those people that were broken and did bad things. He could do good things, but he was an evil man. And I have to acknowledge, as my son said, that the world is a better place that he's not in it. But that being said, he grew up, and this is what I was going to say to your point, is like the society that he grew up into, the state of Indiana, like he grew up in the state of Indiana. The Grand Dragon was the governor. His name was D.C. Stephenson. He was, I think so. I think this is the guy. No. Yes, and the head of the Ku Klux Klan later. Blah, 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 blah. But there was literally like the.
No, I should say, because I'm from Sweden. Sweden had exactly 0% black people in it until maybe the 1960s, 70s. So, well, not 0%, because we had some people coming in through the slave trade that we used to organize back then, but very, very, very ethnically the same kind of people. So it's easy for me to sit here and say that you're bad people, you didn't handle it in a good way, and so forth. But what I think is that a lot of American race politics have been transferred over to Europe without reflection. That's what I'm saying.
In terms of
Well, in terms of that, what you have, and of course it's not your fault. Maybe you could say it's your ancestors' fault, but I mean, you imported a lot of people into your country through the slave trade, which is not the experience of a lot of European countries. It's the experience of of America, the US. It's to some degree the experience of some other European countries, but it's not the experience of a lot of European countries. We didn't get a lot of African slaves into our countries, and that's the problem. In comparison.
I'm going to give you a little pushback on that.
Yeah, please do.
The reason I am is because, I mean, there'll be this talk about, especially in the UK, well, we outlawed slavery. I mean, when did the UK outlaw slavery? I think it was
in the 1800s. They were very early with it, but on the other hand, they were one of the prime movers before that. So,
yeah, 1833. But, like, do you know where most of the cotton that was produced in the South went to?
Yeah, the UK.
A lot, 80%.
They tried to use that during the Civil War to try to force the UK to come into the war on the South side, but they didn't manage that.
But literally, 80% of the world's cotton during that time, during the peak of Southern cotton, was 80% of the world's output was from the South in America, and that's what
absolutely.
That's what people will sit there and, like, from England will say, "Oh, we got rid of slavery in the 1830s," but you profited from it until it ended.
But I don't know if you see that because you're in England right now. I think if you haven't moved recently, it's the kind of the relationship between Europe and the UK is also complicated because the UK isn't a country that represents the Europeans in any way, really. But I without. I mean, I know my country was deeply involved in the slave trade in the 1700s. This is after really after the USA was formed. So after the USA was formed, my country was involved in the slave trade, but not in the same way that the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Dutch was before the USA was formed. And the USA was formed in a lot of ways to preserve the slave trade, or at least the slave business, so to speak. I mean, it's a complicated story, isn't it? But
well, you have to when it comes to this topic, I sit there and think again when we were talking about prisons and how that became a kind of covert slavery. And it's like what Lee Atwater was talking about. It's very abstract. It's something that is when George Carlin did this routine talking about words, he was talking about the word shell-shocked and how it's changed over to the years, putting these layers of distraction and to hide what it truly is. I find that's kind of what the prison industrial complex is. It's a buffer. It makes people okay with slavery, essentially, because people deserved it. But you don't have the cotton, the Southern cotton, the chattel slavery. But where's this made? Who makes these? Do you know what I mean? Like the shirts that we're wearing.
Absolutely no. I mean, whenever I see something and it's marked "Made in China," "Made in Myanmar,"
Taiwan,
anywhere, and I think, okay, I shouldn't be buying this because it's bad. It's bad in some way because these states are not controlled by the people. I mean, you can call yourself the democratic whatever of China. You can call yourself the democratic whatever of North Korea. Whatever you want to call it, but it's not democratic in any kind of way.
Yeah. Well,
but it's obviously, I mean, the so-called liberal states, they have no trouble trading with these undemocratic countries. So what's democracy?
Well, that's what I find hilarious about the Americans going to war with China, like trying to facilitate this kind, and America has been at war with China and Russia since the end of World War II. I mean, that's just, I mean, especially anything that, and that's what blows me away when you start talking about communism. Is that America had a Cold War for something that doesn't work fundamentally, and it just, if you just let it die on its own, if it fundamentally doesn't work, why are you going out there and cooing countries and having a Cold War against communist countries, going to war in places like Vietnam and Korea? I mean, I can go down the line with this. If you don't believe that it fundamentally works, then why are you fighting against it so hard? And
it's interesting. You have a point. Not that I think that they would succeed anyway, but the U.S. certainly didn't help.
well,
But you definitely have a point, because if it's not going to work anyway, why don't just leave it and see what happens?
well, especially in places like Vietnam, and you're talking about a country that where the people have decided, and Venezuela. Let's be honest. Hugo Chavez was elected and cooed by the United States, by the way, was elected by the people.
I think I in those cases, I think I mean, what happens is, because of the antagonism from the US, these local leaders get additional props, which is sort of natural, because the US is the great Satan, and these countries. And I don't, in any way, I'm not surprised that the US is the great Satan, because they have been for like 100 years. Thing is that, I mean, someone like Hugo Chavez, he had his positive points, but it's not like he's the savior.
Well, and
Because
it's
no.
a communist. I mean,
Yeah, he's probably Marxist, right?
well, I was a
Marxists.
socialist, but he definitely depended on, the country was dependent
On oil.
on oil. Yeah, and that's definitely, I mean, that's
No. I mean, oil. Fuck it. Just get rid of your oil, because it's not a good thing to be dependent on. Just ask Putin. I think if you ask Vladimir Putin, what would you get rid of? Oil, because it's not a good thing to be dependent on.
well,
Basically, bullshit.
Well, and that's the thing, when you get people in America that'll talk about green energy, and they'll be so angry. Oh, it's bullshit. These people, these hippies, blah blah blah. I'm like, the best thing, if you're talking about the safety and freedom of the citizens of the world, is freeing yourself from the shackles of dependence on foreign oil, for any kind of energy.
Yeah, but it works both ways. If your entire economy is dependent on oil, for example, then you're at the whim of the world market, and the price of oil has historically been up and down like I don't know what. So you don't want to be dependent on the oil prices in either end.
No matter how much oil that the United States has, because a good percentage of oil production is from the United States, especially in the United States. But That being said, that oil isn't used exclusively for United States citizens. It goes onto the global oil market.
Well, market.
Do you know what I mean? It goes.
Well, that's, I mean, Venezuela is a prime example. They've been so dependent on oil prices, and it's just not something you want to. You don't want to be in that position. You don't want to be dependent on oil prices, because oil is a commodity that just swings all around.
But if you have your energy production, I would posit that if you have your energy production based on renewable energy that you can produce within your borders, you're going to be safer, and you're going to be able to form foreign policy that isn't based on you don't have to go and kiss the ring of a Saudi prince.
Do you know which country I'm from?
Are you saying
what kind of energy do we have?
Quite a bit of thermal, right?
Well, thermal is everything, really, because heat is the source of energy. Well, we have a lot of water.
Mm-hmm.
We have quite a lot of. We could potentially have more of wind energy. And also, even if you don't think of Sweden, the north of Europe, as a solar kind of place, we could have that as well. And we have nuclear. So we're in a pretty good position worldwide. We have, and especially when it comes to hydro energy, water-based energy. You don't have that in a lot of countries, a lot of hydro energy. But, I mean, trying to base your energy policy around oil, around gas, around fossil fuel is it's very. I'm not going to say it's not feasible, but it's not long-term feasible. And a lot of these in quotation marks, third world countries are basing their energy around fossil fuel.
This is pretty interesting. I found this. This is on Statistica, I believe it's called. In Sweden's distribution of electricity generation in 2019, 39% is hydropower, 39% is nuclear, and then wind and thermal.
Yeah, this is interesting, because what we tend to get the debate about energy in Sweden is you don't get the whole year debate. You get the debate in December when hydroelectricity maybe is up to scratch, but the other kinds of electricity aren't. And then we have high energy prices because of the European market, really. Because if we would be self-sufficient, if we didn't import anything, we'd probably be self-efficient. We wouldn't have to export or import anything. But since we're a part of a European market, because energy prices are so high, we tend to export, which means that energy prices in Sweden get higher. So market economy is making energy prices higher than they had to be if we didn't export anything. Interesting, isn't it? Because we have a lot of hydropower in places like France, Germany. They don't have much hydropower, but they have a lot of energy demand. And they pay a lot for it, so we export. Which means that the prices in Sweden are rising. So you have basically a capitalist system for energy distribution, which makes the prices of energy, electrical prices, in Sweden rise. And then you have people saying that we need more whatever. We need more nuclear power. We need more coal power, whatever. But what we actually need is not any of those things, because what we need is not to export the excess power that we produce. And then the prices would be lower.
Something, and this is, I found this, it's kind of weird. I haven't been able to use this, I haven't been able to use this in the show, but funny enough, I think it fits here. This is talking about veganism.
The best thing you can do for the environment food-wise is not going vegan. It is eating local. I was going to do this as a no nuance November, but that will not be possible without me getting eviscerated in the comments, so let me elaborate. And I am a vegan who eats local. So local, in fact, that I pull some of my food straight out of the ground. In our globalized food space, some things that seem like they are not causing a lot of harm have humongous footprints. If you're in, say, Boston and eating an avocado, oh my God, that is astronomically worse for the environment than the person who just went and bow hunted a deer that is going to feed their family for an entire year. Just earlier today, I was talking to someone about how on avocado farms, deer are a huge problem. And so you know what farmers will do because it is cheaper than most of the other preventative measures? They will just shoot them. If you're the kind of vegan who gets mad at people for eating honey, I need to ask you, what sweetener alternatives are you using? Because if you're using agave, the monoculture alone to get agave syrup is awful for the environment. And that's not even getting into the carbon footprint of how it gets to you and the labor practices surrounding harvesting it. Monoculture is a curse, but that's not what we're talking about right now. I am a vegan that specifically focuses on harm reduction, and part of that practice is recognizing how nuanced and gray area-y our food systems are. If you are sitting on your high horse thinking that you are untouchable because of your food choices while looking down upon others, I need you to check yourself. Eating local, or even better yet, growing your own food is phenomenal because not only does it have a nearly zero carbon footprint, not only do you know that the ethics behind the food on your plate are sound, but it will make you think more deeply about other food choices that you are making. Now, of course, we all are now so tangled up in each other and so interconnected by means of our foodways that there's no way to be perfectly ethical with your food anymore, unless you are living off of the grid and growing all of your food by yourself. I don't eat backyard eggs, but I don't yell at people who do. If you eat things like Just Egg and you yell at people who eat backyard eggs, honey, what is you doing? Your egg replacement arrives in plastic. Come on. Do not make food decisions based off of whether or not you feel like you can brag about them or whether or not you feel like it soothes your ego. Make them based on actually minimizing harm to other humans, to other animals, to the environment, all of it. So please support small local farms. Grow your own food and check yourself before you wreck yourself in some of these comments. Lastly, even if you are super focused on eating local, you're gonna screw up at some point in time, and I need you to be okay with that because I'm okay with it for you. Thank you for listening. Happy snacking. Don't die.
So in that,
I'm not dying.
in
I
that,
hope. I don't know. Maybe.
when you're talking about like her point, I mean, and I kind of researched this, you can't sit there and say eating local is better than having a vegan diet for the environment. Like literally one or the other. But if you're talking about, I mean, there are things like what she talked about when she specifically used venison, which, you know, is deer meat. In places like Indiana that I grew up in, they call the herd purposely because there are certain diseases that will harm, a bigger herd will harm them. So they basically cull the herd. If that culling is done by people that are going to eat those animals and not use farmed beef, for instance, I think collectively, because what she was talking about was you're not just talking about the production of it, but the actual like transporting it and the workers that were used to produce these things. All of that you have to think about. And what you were talking about, energy and it staying local.
Exactly.
I think it's along that same line.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're talking about venison, which is wildlife culling of the wild population of deer, which is something that I have locally as well. If they wouldn't do that, well, they could just leave them alone. They could leave the local wildlife alone, I guess. But what you're talking about is land that's been inhabited for thousands of years. It's not like this was wilderness a couple of centuries, 20, 30 years ago. This country has been populated for hundreds of years or thousands of years even. And I again, I have problems with the vegans and others of that ilk who don't seem to understand that this is an understanding with nature, so to speak, because you need hunters to cull the population of deer, because if you don't, the population of deer is going to outgrow their own sustenance. They are not going to survive. You're going to get cubs who are going to die because they don't have enough to eat.
It's called welfare culling. That's what it's called.
Yeah, you could call it that, because you're killing off certain parts of the population, because if you don't, they're going to starve.
Yep.
They're going to die anyway. And you have to kill them off. And if you kill them off, if you don't eat the meat, well, it's just going to. You could just leave it in. I mean, just throw it out, and it's going to, I guess, refeed nature. But you could use it to. You could eat it. You could serve it in restaurants and whatever.
Well, and my issue, just what you're talking about, the energy, it is going on to this global market.
Mm-hmm.
The countries that have the most, for instance, and this is something that kind of drives me, I get, like, I don't drive in the UK, but if I did, I would get pissed off because you're
You
talking.
don't have to drive in the UK because the distance is nothing.
But the amount, the cost of driving,
Mhm.
like, you don't have it equal, because in America they use gallons, and in the UK they use liters, and it's roughly about 4 liters per gallon. That's 3.9 something, 96, I believe. But it's almost 4 liters to a gallon. And in America, you're talking about, well, let's see, where I'm originally from. What's Indianapolis? Yeah, price.
Wisconsin, right? Or close to it.
Wisconsin, Indianapolis. I was raised in Indianapolis, and then I lived in Wisconsin forever. Well, for a decade. Oh, I hate CAPTCHAs. God damn it.
I'm sorry.
So it looks like 3.16 a gallon, right? So a gallon of gas.
$3.16.
16 cents.
So that's about, I'd say, a gallon. So divide by 4.
Yeah, so it's 79 cents a liter.
That's cheap as fuck.
Now let's so you're talking about, okay, let me think about this. So 79 cents, so we'll say USD to GBP, so that's 58 pence in pounds.
Yeah, the pound is very expensive compared to the European currencies.
But you're talking about per liter 58 cents. Let's see, where I live in Chatham. Look, petrol, right? Because we call it petrol here, not gas.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I had to.
We call it benzene. So I don't know what it's called in other European countries, but in Sweden it's called benzene. It's not petrol. It's not gas. It's benzene.
Why? I'm curious why that is.
Well, I think benzene is not a Swedish word, so it's probably derived from some derivative of what the gasoline products, but I don't know. Gasoline, you have gasoline, we have benzene, so it's probably something else.
Well, the reason why I asked that, gasoline, the term itself, that's why Americans call it gas, because
of course,
but
sure,
the term is thought to have been influenced by the trademark gasoline or gasoline, named after the surname of a British publisher, coffee merchant, and social campaigner, John Castle, in 1862. In the Times of London, he placed an ad, the patent for casein oil, safe, economical, and brilliant, possesses all the requisites which have been so long desired as a means for powerful artificial light. So literally, it's kind of a brand name, like gas.
I'm pretty sure that the term benzene, which is used in Swedish vernacular. I'm looking at an article from 1903, and this is the word benzene. It's used for benzol or benzene or gasoline derived from I guess coal. Well, it's a word derived from the kind of chemical thing that was around those days. This is 100 years plus 120 years by this point. But benzene apparently was the one who stuck.
Yeah, and
here.
I think that's kind of the same thing in America. That's why they call it gasoline.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure in the UK like why petrol stuck. But
Well, it's petroleum, which is a derivative of oil. So that's probably it.
You're probably right. But the cost here, that's what I was trying to find, because in the United States we have something called Gas Buddy, and you can find the cheapest place for gas. I'm trying to find the equivalent in the UK. Because I want to see how much. I think it's usually around. God damn it! I put gas and then I get actual natural gas. Let's see. So, 143. So you're talking about. Yeah. So you're literally talking about 3 times, or 2/3. 2/3 more than what you're paying in America, and that's because of taxes and things like if you have, I mean, let me see if I can find gasoline. We'll call it gasoline around the world. The cost is phenomenally different if you are in Venezuela where they're oil heavy.
Mm-hmm.
It
should be cheap, right?
Yeah, it's 25 cents. And this is in 25 cents per liter in US dollars. We can do it in the krona if you want. I found
I don't think yes. I mean, we'll put 28 cents. It's going to be two kronas. Something like that.
Yeah, this is the chart that I found. But look at how cheap it is in the oil producing places.
I mean, it's not. It wouldn't be that surprising that it's cheap at the point of production, but it's not really cheap there at all, because it should basically be free there.
Yeah,
but it isn't.
But I mean, you're talking about like in Venezuela, you're talking about even in American dollars, you're talking about 25 cents.
Hmm. It should be free. It should be like 0.1 cents or something, because it's at the point of production. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't cost anything really.
Well, and that's something to think about too, because a lot of this is you have countries where it depends on whether or not that oil is what do you call it when they refined in the country itself.
Hmm.
Because a lot of this crude oil goes out, is refined in places like the Gulf of Mexico and places like Texas and other places like that where there are refineries.
Hmm.
And that there's money that's lost in that.
Of course,
You know?
yeah.
I mean, if you're not doing your own refining, but again, I get back to the same thing. It's about to me, it's about local energy production. If you're going to talk about it because I've always been of the opinion that basically what should happen is now the Christians are going to go fucking nuts on this, but
We hate to upset the Christians, don't we?
But if you're going to talk about global production and global, like, you need a one world economy where if you don't have borders, if you don't have these pressures because essentially what you're doing when you have borders is you're telling other people to fuck off and get their own shit. And essentially,
yeah, basically that's yeah.
But literally, and you talked about the United States being being demonized or being the evil of the world, but it is.
Yeah, because it is. Yeah.
I mean, they literally go into places like,
it's the devil, basically. I'm not religious, but it's the devil. Yeah, that's the United States.
You literally have. I mean, it's not just like because China is going into places in Africa and building infrastructure, and it's for a reason. It is.
China is evil too, but the U.S. is the devil.
But China is not going into these places building infrastructure and then putting defense bases there. That's the difference.
They're going to probably soon.
Well, you can complain about that when it happens, but as it stands right now, the only country that does that is the United States. And
yeah. You have that disadvantage.
I mean, you literally have the United States going, and it has done it since the 1950s at least.
After World War II, basically.
Yeah. I mean, that the United States, I hate to say this, but World War II for the United States was
it started before that, but World War II made it global. Before World War II, it was a so-called Western Hemisphere thing, where you just invaded the occasional Latin American country from time to time. And then after World War II, it was you invaded the average world country from time to time.
That's what blows me away when you're talking about people will say, oh, well, I mean, I did learn something this week. I have to admit I was wrong on something because I can be dumb at times, and I admit it.
That's good. Admitting you're dumb is the best. I admit I am dumb all the time. I'm a fucking stupid moron.
Well, I didn't know that NATO stood for the North Atlantic.
North American Treaty Organization.
Well, it's the
North Atlantic
Yes.
Treaty Organization.
the Northern Atlantic Treaty Organization. But I still say that places like the Ukraine. Let's have a look at a map.
Well, the Ukraine is full of fascists. Unfortunately, it would be so much easier if they weren't fascist down there. That Russia's filled with fascists as well.
Yeah, but
it complicates matters.
the difficult. Okay, all right.
There are so many fascists in this part of the world, unfortunately.
So this is the North Atlantic Ocean, right here, North Atlantic Ocean. So maybe these states here, you could say, they could be in NATO, right? But you're talking about, oh well, I probably am getting pretty far away from Northern Atlantic here. When you're talking about countries that literally are not even close. I mean, they're on the Black Sea, and that's what kills me too. Like, you'll get U.S. Media outlets that will talk about Russia. Let's see, Black Sea. USA. Well, let's put that in there and go to news. If you look, you're talking about, this is mostly Ukraine, but like there were, let's see, U.S. troops. We'll say U.S. troops. Like they're literally U.S. Navy ships on the Black Sea. And, here's the Black Sea. Is there anything in here that is remotely tied to here? No. If you're talking about things that are in your interest or that have to do with your safety or security or anything like that, there's nothing that happens in Ukraine. Now, Ukraine is on the fucking border with Russia. We literally had almost came to nukes because Cuba here wanted to put Russian nukes for their own protection from the United States. And it almost became a nuclear war. But that doesn't apply here. I mean, you literally are talking about that this is a country on their fucking border. And as a leftist, I'm not sure who said it, but I know who it was. It was Bad Empanada. It was the guy that does Bad Empanada was talking about, because basically people are saying that you either support Ukraine or you support Russia. And then he's like, no, I don't have to support either one. There are literal fucking fascists. In the difference between Ukraine and
there are a lot of fascists in Ukraine. Yes,
they have battalions, fascist battalions in the Ukrainian army, and there are fascists. What's outlawed in Ukraine? Communist representation in their parliament.
Of course.
And it's not in Russia. I mean, So if you're talking about
I mean, it would be so much easier if the Ukrainians didn't have these fascist paramilitary forces in there. But if you know anything about the Holocaust, I don't know if you've heard anything about Holocaust. You've heard the phrase Ukrainian. Mm.
Mhm.
Not German. Ukrainian camp watchers. A lot of people from what's now the Ukraine were involved as fuck in the Holocaust. And this is what makes this situation so much more complicated. I'm not saying Russia should go in there and take over the Ukraine, but what you have is an area of Central Europe that's been contested over thousands of years again. And I understand that Americans don't have this kind of frame of time
of history.
Yeah, of history. But it's I mean, again, I'm from Sweden. Sweden had an interest in the Ukraine in the 1600s. Sweden lost a battle in the Ukraine to Russia. If Sweden had won that battle in the 1600s, the 1700s, actually, the early 1700s, that would have been a very different map from what you see now. We lost it, or I shouldn't say we, they lost it, and it's a very different map. But what you have now is Russia as this great bear in the eastern part of Europe, the predominantly in Asia, of course. But this doesn't mean automatically that everything that's opposed to Russia is good. You should remember this. Please remember this. Anything that's opposed to Russia isn't automatically good because you have a lot of fascists in the Ukraine. You have a lot of fascists in the Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, and the history. I'm just taking a look at the history of the Holocaust in Ukraine, and yeah, it is pretty grim.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, the Ukrainians, they got away because they were part of the Soviet Union, and so they got away after World War II. But otherwise, they would have been absolutely ruined. I'm pretty sure. So,
1.6 million Jews.
It's like Lithuania, possibly Estonia. They got away. They got away with murder, literally, during those years, and then afterwards they were sort of thought of as victims because they were part of the Soviet Union. They were forced by Russia. But during those years, yes, they killed a lot of Jews and other minorities. And you should not forget that.
Well, here's the thing, though, David. Like, in the context of education, like, the only person that would know what you just talked about
It's
is
probably me, right?
no. Like in the context of the United States.
No, yeah. That was probably me. If it's in the context of the US, then it's me. No one else. No one. Not a single person. Because they would be, oh, these are the oppressed people of the Soviet Union.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, the when I think of my U.S. history class, that was the only thing that was required. But even in the gifted and talented classes, they would have they would study world history. This isn't something that they would cover. I mean, this isn't.
Of course they wouldn't, because it's complicated.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say it, because especially the Ukrainians, because the Ukrainians were some of the most evil people in the Second World War. A lot of the people in Auschwitz, a lot of the people in all of the death camps of the Nazis were Ukrainians. But especially after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Ukrainians were people who you wanted to get on your side if you're American. And so, of course, you're not going to tell them that you Ukrainians, you were some of the worst people of the death camps of the Nazis. But they were. Think about it.
Yeah, that and well, and when it comes to the context of the war that is, quote, looming, although I think that is just here's something that does bother me when it comes to this kind of thing, is that I'm not sure what to believe when it comes to China or when it comes to Russia, because American and British media are it. Maybe I've read too much Chomsky, but
yeah. You have probably no.
There is that connection with American media, like will spew talking points. I mean, if you look at it right now, I mean, Russia war. We'll just put that in there and go to news on Google. This is from The Guardian, BBC. Last piece of Putin's puzzle slots into place, preparing Russians for war. Like, Russia plans biggest war in Europe since 1945, says Boris Johnson. I mean, literally, these are...
The problem you have with U.S. media is you have no neutral point of view.
Yeah. And literally, this is one of the things that I found in my time in America when I was part of the LGBT blogosphere. We had an online group. It was called Insiders Out, and it's basically where the heads of LGBT organizations and leaders within the Democratic administration, Barack Obama's administration, they kind of came together and had kind of like an online hub. But there's this exchange of access to power. And when you have that access, you have, like, I'll give you an example. There were a lot of things that I knew before they happened because I was in that group, but I couldn't talk about publicly because there's this like code of silence. You can't talk about it. Like you're given this information, but you can't talk about it. And that's what happens in the media. There's this kind of like, the one is dependent on the other. So you'll get information that is very, the way I put it is in the US media and in the UK media, there are a hell of a lot of reporters. There's not a hell of a lot of journalists. The reporters will take their little scripts that they get from the United States government and read it. You know, honestly, the one place that I look to for a lot of times for my news when it comes to this is Al Jazeera. I know that they're not without bias, but goddamn, I mean, they're as close as I've seen. You're talking about an outlet that is based in Qatar that should be very conservative, but is not at all. And I read a piece where they talked about why that is, and it's interesting, but I mean, they'll literally, yeah. So this is their tag on their website. Who's telling the truth in the Ukraine conflict? Guaranteed defeat. President Putin supervises nuclear drills. Like,
I mean, it doesn't matter who's telling the truth. If Russia invades the Ukraine, it's going to be the worst crisis in modern history. That's the basic line. So it doesn't really matter who's telling the truth. But I mean, it's not like the Ukraine is this soft, poor Ukraine, they are being invaded. Russia is worse, of course. But I mean, it's the problem is people are thinking of in terms of good and bad. I mean, the Ukraine isn't good, Russia isn't good, no one's good in this situation, but it's a fucking dreadful piece of news that one of them is invading the other, because it's going to be a shit show.
Well,
no matter what.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think there's going to be a war. I
hope you're right. I hope you're right, and I don't think either, because I don't think Putin is going to risk it. But in case he would, I mean, the Ukraine is a fucking shithole of a country, not because of the people living there, but because of the politics of the people. Oh no, not of the people living there, because of the politics in command in that country.
Well, and in terms of kind of what we were talking about earlier about there being this layer of bullshit, like when it comes to like the Southern strategy and all that, the context that people in this are talking about is this is about NATO, about Ukraine, the Ukraine joining NATO, essentially getting protection from the United States when it comes to Russia. And literally, I mean, it is literally the same fucking thing that happened in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's an alliance with a country. I mean, we came this fucking close. from
And,
5
and when you're saying we, you are still referring
Right.
to the United States,
Yeah.
or what? Yeah, because I mean, my country, Sweden, has been famously a neutral country for 200 years. We haven't had any wars. We weren't a part of the First World War. We weren't a part of the Second World War. No one has come to us and asked, "How did you do it?" Which is interesting. It's sort of something that I've been thinking about lately. Why didn't anyone ask us? Because everyone in the world has been at war but us. For
Yeah.
200 fucking years, we haven't had a war.
Well, that's what I think so hilarious. The Nordic countries, like literally, like
Yeah, well, you shouldn't be saying the Nordic countries, because Norway was invaded. If they hadn't been invaded by the Germans, they would have been invaded by the British, which
Hold
I guess they wouldn't necessarily include in their official histories, but that's the case. Denmark, they were neutral. They wouldn't have been invaded if it wasn't for the fact that Germany needed a dropping off point for the invasion of Norway. And all of it was because they needed the Swedish iron deposits. But Sweden, as a country, weren't invaded. We were neutral. We didn't go to war for 200 years. Mhm.
but you're talking well, what I was getting at was like the Nordic countries as a whole are statistically the happiest and the
Yeah, we're happy as fuck. We'll kill each other, but we're happy.
well, I mean, but literally there's a social, like a safety net
Mhm.
that you have that and that's what people
They had that in Germany in the 1870s.
but you
I don't see how that prevented them from going to war. So I don't think that the social safety net is a prevention against war. I'm sorry to say, it doesn't seem like that's
No,
the case.
I wasn't getting at that, but I'm getting saying from the standpoint of just telling it, just saying I'm not dealing with these fuckheads. They're not bothering me. I'm not bothering them. We're just going to keep on doing our little thing over here, and we're worried about our own people. That kind of attitude, like literally, like right now, I mean, the stuff that's going on with Ukraine is centered around Russia and the safety of economic. It's U.S. I mean, think about this. Germany was wanting to build a pipeline, and guess who was trying to get them not to build the pipeline?
Well, probably the US.
I mean, why is that any of their goddamn business?
Well, it's Germany.
I mean,
Germany is. I mean, the UK is a great stalking horse of US power in Europe, but Germany is the greatest stalking horse of US power in Europe. If you don't understand that, then you should probably go back to school. But The thing about Germany is Germany is the biggest economy in Europe, in the European Union. They've been dependent on Russian power, and power in the sense of delivery of natural resources for a long time. This was the case even before World War One, even. I mean, gas is the case now. Other natural resources. Germany has never been able to sustain itself on natural resources, so they have always been an importer of natural resources. And since they are a dominant power of the EU, it's not strange to see them being sort of ambivalent in this situation.
Well, because I mean, that's what blows me away about. In fact, let me point to, because I literally, when I was at work, I went into one of our little shops, and let's see if I can find it. I went into one of the shops at work, and let's see if it's in the media here. This
It's going to be a TikTok or whatever.
No, this is from Twitter. This is literally a paper that
oh fucking hell, the old technology.
Yeah, look at this.
It's Gutenberg.
Final warning, Putin. It's peace or you'll pay the high price. I'm like, I literally said in the tweet to this, I said, or what? The high price? We won't buy your natural gas.
I mean, the thing is that the UK don't have any power. I would say the UK have the least power in this situation, but you won't get that from the tabloids, of course.
The hilarity of this is there's a picture here of Boris Johnson with.
He's not even a part of the European Union anymore. I mean, when he was a part of the European Union, he had more power than he has now.
Well, he's the king, I think, of Little Britain. I mean, that is his constituency. But what blew me away about this is if you do the research, I mean, this is something that I actually said on because I have multiple Twitter accounts, but one of them is for the Trans Advocate UK, and one of my friends they posted something about why. I'm trying to find it. What was going on with the UK in terms of why it's so turfy.
Mm-hmm.
And
because it's the UK.
Well, no. There's a reason for it, though. I mean, I said this. CNN in America did a piece on transphobia in the UK. The Trevor Phillips comment, he's a Sky News commentator, is especially ignorant. He used the women's restrooms and NHS only. I use the women's restrooms and NHS women's only wards. The female sex still exists. The big question is why they do this. And I said, the answer is pretty simple. The British mainstream media focuses on things that don't matter. The current form of the GRA reform, for example, is law of the land in Ireland with zero impact on the female sex. And Femi Sari pointed this out on this TikTok.
I know everybody claims that journalists are biased against them, so let's just look at the facts. The government that we are currently living under was elected under a manifesto that was called Get Brexit Done, which means that Brexit is central to this government's very existence. So not mentioning Brexit, especially when there are problems being created by Brexit, is objectively biased because you're refusing to hold this government to account on its core policy. And Trevor Phillips discussed the problems that Brexit is creating in Northern Ireland with Tory Minister for Northern Ireland, Brandon Lewis, for 5 straight minutes and didn't mention the word Brexit once.
Northern Ireland is right now without a First Minister or a Deputy First Minister.
So they don't have a functioning government over there, and the DUP are saying that that won't change until the problems with the Northern Ireland Protocol are resolved, i.e. the Brexit deal.
We want to get an agreement with the EU, but that does require the EU to show some pragmatism and some flexibility.
Which means they're still negotiating with the EU, which not only means that Brexit isn't done, it also breaks their manifesto promises, and Trevor Phillips says nothing.
But Biden has more or less said he would veto any deal until there is agreement on the protocol.
And Biden recently announced that the US is dropping tariffs with the EU, but not with the UK, which means we're actually getting worse trade with the US because of Brexit. And again, no mention of this.
You can't get access to the products you need to get access to as a consumer or as a business in Northern Ireland.
And that's because Brexit has created a border down the Irish Sea, which in 2018, Boris Johnson promised the DUP no UK Prime Minister would ever allow to happen.
And we will be damaging the fabric of the Union with regulatory checks and even customs controls between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. No British Conservative government could or should sign up to any such arrangement.
One of the examples of this is the problems the Jewish community are having.
He's referring to an inability to get kosher food, which Boris Johnson recently said might cause
an exodus from Northern Ireland by the Jewish community.
Again, problems related to Brexit, but you're not saying it.
MI5 says that the national threat level from terrorism is substantial and Northern Ireland related threat level is severe.
And not only has the Brexit deal been referenced by people while they were carrying out terrorist attacks in Northern Ireland, but even the MI5 have said that this is at least partly linked to Brexit. Brexit was never about a good half of the population and a bad half of the population. We simply believe different facts. And now that we have the facts about the real consequences of Brexit, the failure of journalists to bring those facts to light and tie them to Brexit because they are inherently linked is what's keeping the country apart. Trevor, do better or give Sophie her show back.
So I pointed this out and I said the British mainstream media refuses to hold the government to account on Brexit, but it's not limited to that. There's the fact that Tories are to blame for energy prices going up. They're still stoking fear with Russia. And if you look at this piece, like literally, it was Tories. The UK's stores hold enough gas to meet demand for 4 or 5 winter days, or just 1% of Europe's total available storage. The Netherlands' capacity has more than 9 times the UK, and Germany has 16 times the UK. There's no way that any storage in the world will mitigate a quadrupling of gas prices in 4 months, as we've seen, he told the MP this week. The answer to getting more diverse sources of supply, more diverse sources of electricity through non-carbon sources. Well, that's all well and good. And the person that wrote this said few would disagree that a lower reliance on gas would safeguard the UK against global market spikes, but many fear the UK's low storage levels have left it exposed to higher prices and the risk of shortages this winter. The storage facility that was owned by British Gas provided 70% of the UK gas storage capacity for more than 30 years before it was shut down in 2017 by the Tory government because they didn't want to subsidize the costly maintenance and upgrades needed to keep the site going. So they just said, fuck it. So now there's more of a dependence. There's literally only 4 or 5 days worth of storage in the UK. And I mean, when you're talking about when the UK has a dependence on Russian gas, natural gas. So, like, how are you going to sit there and have you're it's a paper tiger. You're threatening them with nothing. Like,
do you want to again go back to Sweden's energy situation?
yeah. Well, you can
We've had it up before, so bring it back, because I know, because you're in the UK, so you have another kind of situation. But the energy situation in Northern Europe, we're pretty fine, I'd say. We don't need Russia.
Yeah, well, exactly, because you have the for the life of me, I don't always use this browser, so I can't. I can't find my
It's
hit.
your Opera. It's a Norwegian, basically, browser. Norwegians, they are not reliable. But anyway, what you see is the different parts of Europe and why it is such a complicated web of dependencies. Because the north of Europe, with Sweden, Denmark, basically, I mean, Europe isn't even a part, Norway isn't even a part of the European Union, so they are just going to do what they want. Finland, they're not going to provoke Russia if they don't have to, and so forth. Germany is not going to provoke Russia unless they have to, because they are dependent on Russian oil and gas. And then you have the US, which, like always, comes in like some kind of grandparents going in like with a moral compass that doesn't fit what the US has been doing for the last 50 odd years in the war, in the world. You don't know, because, well, whatever. I mean, this is the biggest problem with the US foreign policy, because the US always sees itself as the good guy in any kind of situation, while most other people in the world look at the US as the bad guy in any kind of situation in the world, especially since the Cold War ended, because you don't have the Soviet Union anymore. So what is the bad guy in the world? Well, it's basically the US.
Well,
maybe China, if you're that way inclined.
Well, but that's that's what kills me about the U.S. And this is what you were talking about earlier. Oh, now I'm getting it's being blocked. But
the CIA.
You know it. There we go. I just said, view for free. No, fuck off. You know what? I'm gonna do this later. I'm gonna go put that on archive on archive.is because then I don't have to
do it. I mean, the trouble is, whenever you're starting to actually discuss any kind of political issue, whatever, in a European context, it's so much more complicated than if you're discussing it in a purely US context, because you have whatever else you want to say about US politics, it's pretty simple. You have two parties. No more, no less. Occasionally, you have a third party that's making sort of a splash, but you have two parties in a US party context. So that's what you need to discuss. But as soon as you remove yourself from a US context, it gets so much more complicated, and most Americans don't know how to deal with that. Yeah,
because it's always about good versus evil. It's like this simplistic.
Yeah, and that's why you get people in the US and elsewhere, I guess, wondering why a lot of European and other people don't, why we're not that enthusiastic about Biden, for example, and why a lot of people supported alternatives to Biden while not supporting Trump. I mean, that's just the European way. That's how we deal with politics in this part of the world. We don't have an either or situation. We have several alternatives most of the time. So if I'm talking to you and I say I'd prefer Bernie Sanders to Joe Biden, doesn't mean I don't hate Joe Biden. I just think he's far worse than Bernie Sanders would have been. I think Bernie Sanders, as a president of the United States, from a European perspective, would be, oh my God, they finally did something right. I think even the most right-wing person in the European Union would say, Bernie Sanders, oh my God, they actually did something right in the US. Joe Biden, he's to the right of most European politicians. I can tell you that.
I'm trying to find this is what I could find, but there's another clip of Bill Hicks, comedian, talking about this is Bill Hicks on voting Clinton versus Bush.
It's not reading Bush's economic policies or his foreign policies, right? It's that I believe he's a child of Satan, here to destroy the planet Earth. Yes, I'm over here. That's where I am. I'm this way. And what bugged me so much about the election, was sad, is how apathetic and docile we are now to mass, is that they make the whole election about money, and everyone seems to find that snorkel as can be. You know what I mean? It's all about money, your wallet. Bill, you vote for Clinton? Taxes going up. I'm warning you right now. He may say he's not right, taxes going up. Well, I have news for you, folks. There's other reasons not to vote for Bush than taxes. Okay, the reason I didn't vote for him, you ready? Is that Bush, along with Ronald Reagan, presided over an administration who, for 12 years, their policy towards Central America included genocide. Now, see, the reason I didn't vote for him is because he's a mass murderer. See, there's other reasons to vote than your wallet. See, I weighed taxes, mass murder. You know what? I can pay an extra nickel on gas a gallon, just knowing little brown kids aren't being clubbed to death like baby seals, so Pepsi can put a plant in Nicaragua. Yeah. There's other reasons to vote than your own selfish, fat needs.
but he's
Bill
fucking
Hicks, R.I.P.
yeah. He was spot on when it came to politics. But there's a piece that that I cannot find where he talks about the U.S. and Democrats versus Republicans. And he's like, it's like it's a fucking marionette, and you have the same person controlling the Democrats and the Republicans.
Of course, yeah.
It's they're. That's why I say voting is bullshit for a large part of it, because they don't support. They support the corporate interests, both parties.
Yeah, you have there's a Rage Against the Machine video. I think I don't remember which one, but it's one of those. I mean, it's basically the same concept because it doesn't really matter as long as you have two parties and either one is going to control the government. What you're going to have is corporate money supporting one or the other. And it doesn't really matter which one is in control of the government. They're still going to promote capitalism. That's what you get. Yeah, and you've had your chances during the years. You've had your Republican Party during the 1850s, 60s. You've had your Populist Party, which was unfortunately as well your Nativist Party at the same time during the 1890s or so. And we've had several of those in Europe as well. The problem is that they're not going to change anything from within the system. You have to change the system if you want any kind of change.
Well, it's again, it's what I was saying about like literally it being the changes that you're going to get by voting are literally just going to be around the edges. That's it.
Of course, yeah.
You're not going to get any substantive change. That's why it pissed me off why that guy was saying that Eric is an accelerationist, because for fuck's sake, and that's why I said,
Who's Eric?
Black Bloc Politics or Comrade Cuddles. I've had a lot of videos on here from him, but basically he's a black communist.
Yeah, you could be like that if you're going the usual way through ballots and so forth. You're not an accelerationist. If you're the only true kind of accelerationist is like the Robespierre kind, which is not always the best kind. And the trouble is that you almost always are promoting hierarchies. So, yeah, get rid of hierarchies and try not to promote hierarchies. That's my, I don't know, what do you call it? 10 cents, 5 cents?
Yeah. Well, I tend to think when it comes to, because again, maybe I listen to too much Chomsky, but
too much Chomsky. You're basically a linguist.
No, not at all. Oddly enough, my Brazilian partner is a linguist.
Yeah, linguists. They rule. I love linguists.
But she's very intelligent. But
yeah, of course they are. I mean, linguists. Fuck it.
But it blows me away, like because his outlook on, because when asked about hierarchies, he was saying in realistic terms, we're talking about hierarchies that have no reason for existing. That if you have a hierarchy, if you have, say, fire department, the reason for having it that exists, that is a rational reason for existing. I forget what he didn't call it verifiable, but more like there are hierarchies that have a reason to exist, other than state power, and they have to basically have a reason to exist other than that. And his examples were like state education, or the medical service, or the fire service, or things like that, where there are, quote, hierarchies. And I do, you can sit there and make the argument that anarchists throughout history have had issues with fighting wars. And when staying out of being annihilated because of their principles of not having these type of hierarchies. So, I mean, I go back and forth with that in terms of like calling myself an anarchist. I definitely think that when you have the state existing just to perpetuate itself and the people in power, I feel like that's what the Democratic Party is right now in the United States, and now the Labour Party in the UK. They don't want to essentially, I feel like that I feel like all parties, but especially the Democratic Party, they don't want to govern. They want power, but they don't want to govern. They don't want the responsibility. And I think Republicans are the same way. When they're out of power, basically they raise money on the fact that, you know, they go to trans people or woke culture or cancel culture. They'll go on these things. But when they get into office, neither party addresses the material conditions of the people that they're serving. I mean, and this is what I was trying to get at during when I was talking about this post. In the media in the UK, where are the reports from the voices within the NHS of the crisis of care? Silence. But Johnson had a party during COVID restrictions, and that's the focus. That's why they're going to kick him out of office. Not because he sold contracts off to his pals, his Eton pals. No, it's because he had a party during COVID restrictions. And I said, all these things point to a party in power that isn't held accountable for the damage they're doing and their failure to govern. The focus on celebrity and scandal rather than the material conditions of UK citizens. And I feel like that's the same in the US. Like, you literally have the working class punching themselves repeatedly in the face by voting for centrist Democrats or Republicans or Trump or Biden. Like, the difference is infinitesimal between the two parties. Mm-hmm. They're all about supporting I mean, when it comes to foreign policy, and this is what no one talks about when it comes to U.S. politics, are those camps still open at the border? Yes. Fucking Obama talked about closing Guantanamo Bay back in 2008.
Yes.
It's still open.
He won the Peace Prize in 2008.
I mean, and he's
why.
He's literally known as the deporter in chief. Like,
and the drone striker in chief as well.
Yes.
And he even joked about it with the Jonas Brothers. I mean, it's bizarre. I was thinking about this because I mean, I shouldn't be talking too much about US politics, but
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, man, well, I mean, US politics is bizarre in any way because you have these. It doesn't matter if it's Obama. It doesn't really matter if it's Trump or if it's Clinton or if it's Bush or anyone else. If you view it from the outside, it's just okay. This is what the American machine has brought forth this time. And from the rest of the world has to deal with what the American machine brings forth at any given time. And since the American so-called democracy produced these results, you had the first Bush, both. Well, really, the first Bush administration, I guess he had a majority, Bush Senior, but Bush the second, he definitely didn't have a majority. He was given the presidential power by the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he held on to that for 8 years. And 8 years is a long time, at least short term. And then the rest of the world has to deal with that. You have a president for 8 years, a guy who doesn't really know where anything is. I mean, you ask him to point out on a map where is Berlin, and he doesn't know where it is, really. He just say, well, it's in Europe somewhere. He famously didn't know, even though he had very clever advisors, clever advisors, he didn't know where, I don't know, some country in Africa, where it was. He didn't know, and he didn't care really. So from a European perspective, what are you going to do when you deal with American politicians? I mean, they can be elected, quote unquote, with like 52% of the people voting in the US.
And that's a high.
Yeah, that's a high. And which means that like a third of the people of the US has elected a president. This president then is the most powerful person in the fucking world. And everyone, doesn't matter who you are, but everyone in the world has to deal with this person who's been elected by a third of the people of the US, which is 100 million people or so. 100 million people, how many people are there in the world? Well, it's a hell of a lot more than 100 million people in the world. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter to anyone outside the US if this person is a member of the ass party or the elephant party.
I have up the how Americans see themselves and how the world sees Americans, and I think that's pretty fucking accurate.
Mm-hmm.
They see themselves as the heroes when actually they're the fucking villains. They are the fucking the empire.
And this being said, I think about 98% of the world will probably prefer Democrats. Not that we think the Democratic Party is a very good party, but because we think that the Republican Party is a fucking death cult.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Here's the one. I said this. I said this at the time. It's like, given the choice between a shit sandwich and a piss cocktail, and you have to choose between the two. And frankly, I'd rather drink piss than I would eat shit. But I don't want to do either. And I would.
You're absolutely right, Jess.
But if you're putting a gun to my head, I'm going to drink the piss. And the Democratic Party is the piss in that analogy. They are, like I said before, infinitesimally better. They appear better, but in all actuality, the transfer of power from Trump to Biden had no impact whatsoever on American foreign policy in terms of involvement in coups, involvement in election fraud in other countries. I mean, and I sit there, I laugh my ass off when Americans sit there and say, "Oh, Russia was trying to throw our elections." What the fuck did you do back in the 1990s with Boris Yeltsin? I mean, literally overthrowing democracy.
Absolutely. If I mean, America is a big part of us having Putin as the sort of dictator of Russia today, because there was a Red Scare. You didn't want the Communist Party to get back in power in Russia, and so you sponsored Yeltsin and Putin to get into power. I mean, we don't know what would have happened if the Communist Party got back in power in Russia. No one knows. No one in any capacity knows, because they didn't get the chance to do it, because the CIA and the US government supported Boris Yeltsin and Vladimir Putin to get back into sovereign power in Russia. So, of course, you could say it would have been worse with communism. I mean, the kind of Soviet communism. But you can't say that for certain, because they never got the chance to try it, because the US and NATO supported Yeltsin and Putin, and that's why Putin is in charge in Russia. So it's ironic as fuck, but that's why you can't go back and say it wasn't your fault. It was your fault, you fuckers. So,
I mean, when it comes to oh, by the way, we just had I just had somebody come in and do some spam in the YouTube chat. Russian
bot, yeah.
It's all part of the conspiracy. Damn Putin.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have Putin right now if it wasn't for U.S. support. That, I mean, even I think even Bill Clinton, if you asked him why is Putin in power in Russia today, he would say it's because of me. And if he didn't say that, he would be lying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he has the history of doing that. So, I mean,
but he also has this history of being found out. So yeah, he could be saying no, and everyone would know that he was lying. But because if not for Bill Clinton, Vladimir Putin wouldn't be in charge in Russia today. It's as simple as that. And if not for Bush the first and Bush the second, Vladimir Putin wouldn't be in charge of Russia today. It's very simple.
I think this is audio that I was talking about.
Clinton, is there any hope in Clinton? There's no fucking hope in that guy. They're all the same. I'll show you politics in America. Here it is, right here. I think the puppet on the right shares my beliefs. I think the puppet on the left is more to my liking. Hey, wait a minute. There's one guy holding up both puppets. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control. Here's Love Connection. Watch this and get fat and stupid. By the way, keep drinking beer, you fucking morons.
And that's pretty fucking succinct when it comes to Republicans and Democrats. But
I just think it's too bad that 20 years ago I was listening to Bill Hicks. Late 90s. He died in 97, I think.
97. Yeah. Probably for me, two people that died in the late 90s that probably have the biggest impact on my life right now are Bill Hicks is one of those people, but Carl Sagan is the other, because his understanding of how American politics was going to go was spot on.
I think he would be probably classified as a classical liberal, Carl Sagan. He wasn't radical in any way, really.
He wasn't radical, but he understood. I mean, he said this. He says, I have a foreboding of an America in my children or grandchildren's time when the United States is a service and information economy, when nearly all the manufacturing industries have slipped away to other countries, when awesome technological powers are in the hands of the very few, and no one representing the public interest can ever grasp the issues. When the people have lost the ability to set their own agendas or knowledgeably question those in authority, when clutching our crystals and nervously consulting our horoscopes, our critical faculties in decline, unable to distinguish between what feels good and what's true, We slide almost without noticing back into superstition and darkness. The dumbing down of America is most evident in the slow decay of substantive content in the enormous influential media, the 30-second sound bites, now down to 10 seconds or less. Lowest common denominator programming, credulous presentations on pseudoscience and superstition, but especially a kind of celebration of ignorance. And that part about the foreboding of America, I mean, he literally, like 20 years before, like 20 years, but like literally calls exactly what's happening now. Everything that is encapsulated in that. 90% of the technology that's out there, people don't understand when it comes. I mean, when you're talking about the COVID vaccination, like there's people literally believe QAnon. They're literally drinking like what was it? Piss.
Yeah.
They're literally drinking piss.
Well, the thing about that is, I think, and this is the category I put Carl Sagan in at all times. He's a classical liberal in the sense that he's preaching to an educated audience.
Yeah.
Which, historically speaking, an educated audience is not the common people. So he's talking to the educated elite of a society. Now, what you've been going for in the last 100 years or so is there is not going to be an educated elite anymore. Everyone's going to be educated. The problem is that a lot of people are nominally getting educated, but what they're getting educated with is what the state, what the authorities are trying to teach you.
What they want to be good workers.
Yeah, exactly. They are not going to teach you to think for yourself.
No, it's critical thinking is
exactly. And this is, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people on the left have trouble reconciling themselves with classical liberalism for obvious reasons, because classical liberalism seems to oppress them. But if you look like on someone or some basically all of the socialists of the 1800s, the 17th century, you have Marx, you have Proudhon, you have Bakunin, you have Kropotkin, you have all of these 1800s socialists. All of them based their political theories on classical liberalist or liberal thinkers like Adam Smith and so forth. The trouble is that today, if you ask anyone, and I include the people on the board of the Adam Smith Society, if you ask any of them to recount the theories of Adam Smith. they, they don't know what to say because they don't know those theories. What Adam Smith was saying was the way to be more equal is to get rid of basically unjust hierarchies, which is interesting from an anarchist point of view, because that's exactly what anarchists all over the world are saying. Get rid of unjust hierarchies. And that was exactly what Adam Smith was saying. And yeah, you can draw your own conclusions, but read Adam Smith from the perspective of his time, because he was writing against hierarchies set up by tradition and so forth. And if you look at it from the current point of view, Adam Smith was an anarchist. Yeah.
Well, I think so many people too, though, will look to, they'll want to sit there and debate, especially the academic.
Debating is futile. Debate is stupid. You don't want to debate. You want to put forward your views. If anyone disagrees with your views, you want to destroy them. You don't want to debate them.
Well, and I tend to be honest with you, I tend to think that modern, quote, debate is not about education. It's about entertainment. It's literally all about it's the what do you call it, like the gladiator type of you want to, I own them, watch him be destroyed. All this language is indicative of not a quest for truth. It's a quest for blood more than anything. And when you're putting your there are certain things that I don't think should be up for debate that are always up for debate. Basic human rights.
Absolutely.
But you have people that are talking about things again, things that matter in the context, like of trans people's lives. It does matter.
Absolutely. I mean, you if you're going back to the question of slavery, and you have these neoliberals discussing that, well, it's a contract. If you want to sell your labor to anyone, well, you should be able to sell your labor to someone else. That's slavery, basically. You could extrapolate that one to trans people or whoever you want. It's just bullshit. I mean, if you believe in such a thing as human rights, the human rights it extends to people who would be subject to slavery, or people who identifies as any kind of sex or whatever you want to call it, gender, different from the one they were born with. And that's really the thing. And that's why the neoliberals are fucked, basically, because they don't tend to take that into account, I would say.
I'm looking. I kind of found that I found this. literally, like, because the only government to vote, and for some reason I'm not seeing all of that on here. Let me try this. Come on.
The right to food.
The right to food.
What the fuck?
So there was a vote in the UN.
The US, it says, but maybe that's the same as the UN.
No. The US's explanation of vote on the right for food. The United States voted against it. Was one of the only countries to vote against it. And they said, for the following reasons, we call a vote and a vote no on this resolution. First, drawing on the...
That's a good sign. A lot of texts. I mean, if you know exactly what you want, you need to write a fucking fuckload of text to explain why you're against something. Yeah.
Well, apparently they're against it because pesticide-related matters fall within the mandates of several multilateral bodies in flora, including the food.
I'm sorry. Fuck off. Fuck you, US. Fuck you. Piss off.
They want to use pesticide.
Just go out and die. I mean, if everyone in the US died tomorrow, I wouldn't be sorry. Because your government is a bunch of idiots.
Yeah. Well, the government. This is, you talked about it earlier.
Yeah. Of course. I mean,
the problem is with the people in power, not the people.
Yeah, it's not the people. It's just the people in power. I mean, and this is the sham of democracy, parliamentary democracy, representative democracy, whatever you want to call it. It's not the people. It's the representatives of the people. And if the people aren't involved enough, you get this kind of shit. You get your representatives basically telling you you don't deserve food. You fucking plebs, why do you think you should eat?
How dare you?
How dare you? How do you, in what capacity do you think that you should have the right to food?
I mean, they literally...
I mean, listen to it.
David,
does it sound sane? No, of course it doesn't. Because in any country, in any part of the globe, if you have a government that says, if you ask them, do I, as a citizen of this country, deserve food? If you answer no,
you're a fucking monster.
Yeah. Why would I think that you represent me?
Well, like literally, like in this piece here, the United States supports the right of everyone to an adequate standard of living, including food, as recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Domestically, the United States policies that promote access to food, and it is our objective to achieve a world where everyone has adequate access to food. But we do not treat the right to food as an enforceable obligation. God damn!
No. Of course not.
We're not going to make you eat this sandwich. Fuck off. Starve. Because it's your...
That is it. I mean, I personally, I like tuna, but I know that not everyone likes tuna. But so better make the markets
decide.
Yeah, the market decides. Yeah.
Tuna or die. I'll eat a little mercury.
So I mean, this is just one of those things, but I don't understand how the human race got this stupid. I can't understand how the human race as a collective got this fucking stupid that you empowered people to make the kind of decisions that basically tells you will starve if you don't agree with what we say, because that's what you're saying there.
Yeah. Well,
mean,
and the United States does.
It's so fucking stupid that it makes me so fucking angry at people.
Yeah. Well, I do understand it though. I mean, because in the context of colonialism, like literally the concept, like coming from America, growing up in the United States, growing up in that bubble of like America's number one, you get up every day and you say the Pledge of Allegiance, like literally, like not even thinking about what you're saying. Like, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And
A
to
socialist pledge, no less, which is interesting.
if you're thinking about this, like literally, like you're pledging allegiance
to a fucking cloth,
a piece of cloth,
of cloth, yeah,
that is dipped in the blood of Black and Indigenous people, like that flag, like
yeah.
so.
And I mean, there you have it. It's the Pledge of Allegiance was a socialist creed to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
It was published in a socialist paper.
Yeah, it was written by a socialist.
Which is like, and then you get it in a U.S. perspective, which means that it's going to be bastardized. But I don't. I mean, how can you value a piece of cloth, the American flag, higher than human well-being?
Yep. Oh, and like honestly, I sent my son 2 videos to watch. I told him, I said, the 2 videos that most influenced me in terms of American foreign policy. One was in manufacturing consent, understanding how the media works, understanding the propaganda model. That was pretty foundational for me. Understanding how the United States supported literal death squads in Central America.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big component of how
East Timor as well. If you're with the propaganda model of Chomsky.
But this is the other one. It's called The Century of Self, and it's a documentary about Edward Bernays, who was the
it's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah, he was the nephew of Sigmund Freud, and people consider him the founder of
the propaganda model.
of modern marketing.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, that's what it is. They literally got women to smoke cigarettes.
I mean, Chomsky got his I don't remember what his actual title is, but he got it from Bernays, because the propaganda model was back in the 1920s, 30s. you could call it propaganda, and it wasn't a bad thing. It was Goebbels and the Nazis who made propaganda a bad thing. But I'm pretty sure that Chomsky and his collaborator, I don't remember who it was, but they said that this is where they got it from. It isn't a secret. It's very public. And the it's just that, like, oh, we have freedom of the press and so forth, but the New York Times and all of these, the Washington Tribune or whatever, they sort of go along with this out of trying to preserve what they call democracy, because they don't want to question the status quo. Basically, that's what it's all about. And it's not a conspiracy. It's just that this is what you do in this situation. Yeah, and it's this is the inbuilt sort of so-called liberal conservative bias. Whatever. It's not a conspiracy. It's just what you do.
Well, Edward Bernays, he wrote a book called Propaganda.
Mm-hmm. And that's what Chomsky got his. Oh fuck! I have it in my. I have it here in my probably my bookcase somewhere, but I don't remember what it's called. So he got it from there. I'm 100% sure from he got it from there.
Well, he literally wrote. He said Bernays' honest and practical manual provides much insight into some of the most powerful and influential institutions of contemporary industrial state capitalist democracies.
Absolutely.
And
I'll get it for the social justice.
Bernays said
tomorrow if you want to.
Yeah.
Because I have it on a double CD. I got it in the 90s, so I have it somewhere.
See, in the 1990s, I was having children.
Yeah. It's bad for you, but I mean, I'm talking from a Chomsky perspective. I mean, Chomsky.
Yeah. Yeah, he literally. I mean, now that you say that, I'm doing a bit of research. I mean, Bernays said the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in the democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country.
Mm-hmm. And this is, as I said, this is what Chomsky picked up on in the 90s. Because the propaganda model, that's what Bernays was talking about. I mean, I have very little respect for Freud. I think Freud was a fraud, which is sort of in the name. But his son-in-law, which it was Bernays, obviously had a lot of influence on what happened in the US.
Yeah.
Between the world wars, because that's when he published the propaganda stuff. And then it was picked up by the Nazis, Goebbels, and those guys. I mean, Goebbels, such a nice little fucking idiot, Goebbels. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then after the world wars, it was again, I hesitate to say it was picked up, but Chomsky and his associates picked it up again and pointed out that this is what US policy has been about since the 1930s, basically. Telling people that we are the good guys. And if you're the good guys, then by definition, everyone else is the bad guys.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. I mean, of course, after World War II, you're going into the period with the Cold War. And of course, the bad guys are whoever supports anything to do with the Soviet Union. But if you're looking at it from any kind of perspective other than the US perspective, you see that it's a very much more complicated story than just the good guys, the US, and the bad guys, anyone who isn't the US. Yeah, and that's basically what Chomsky's and his associates are telling you all throughout the 60s and during the Vietnam War controversies and so forth. So there you have it. I don't know. I mean, it's the best thing about this is that you can go back and read all of it. That's the sort of, I mean, you can go back and read Bernays and his propaganda model, and you can compare it to what Chomsky is saying about the propaganda model. But if you do that, you probably see that Chomsky was right about the propaganda model. Yeah.
Well, and like he put it to use for his own enrichment and for the people that he was working for. Bernays did.
Yeah, of course he did. Of course. I mean, it's a very when you're talking about Bernays, he's 100% about using it. He is not developing this theory, the propaganda model. He's not developing it in some kind of theoretical way. He's trying to develop something that can be useful for the people he's working for, which primarily are, to begin with at least, U.S. companies to sort of to make people buy things like cigarettes. I mean, he's famous for being the one who made US women, and then by extension women in the world, to begin smoking cigarettes.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, yeah, it was sort of an emancipatory thing, but smoking isn't that good for you.
Well, and
I know, because I did it for 10 years and I quit. But you know, I mean, that was one of the things that he managed to do. So he was very successful at what he did, but doesn't make him a good guy, I would think. And I would encourage anyone to read what he wrote and what other people wrote about him, and most specifically what Chomsky wrote about him, because this is the core of the propaganda model, actually.
Yeah. Well, and totally. I think what you're getting at specifically is that Chomsky took Bernays's kind of model and then put it on top of the United States government at the time in the 70s and early 80s, and you could see how that propaganda model works within that context. Bernays was talking about his context, which was, like you said, in the early 1920s, and the
1920s, 30s, I think. I'm not. I should say I'm not that familiar with the original model, but the thing is that what Chomsky opined is that this model was carried forward in the post-World War II environment.
Yeah,
and that the concept of the US being the good guys, basically, I mean, I'm simplifying it here, that the US being the good guy made everyone else the bad guy, and you could get away with things like the coup in Chile in 1973. You could get away with supporting Suharto in Indonesia and so forth. I mean, the list of regimes around the world that the US supported during the 70s and the 80s that were not democratic and were in fact very right-wing or even fascistic. I don't know. I don't think I have to draw you the list. You know it. I mean, you have Pinochet in Chile, you have Franco in Spain, and so forth. I mean, all of these you could justify through the propaganda model, and this is the core of Chomsky's view on this. And I think, I mean, the reason I'm trying to make this point is that in recent years, Chomsky has been criticized for doing this or that or whatever, but in this specific sense, Chomsky did a lot for us, for the left of the world. And whatever, he's approaching 100 now. He's probably senile. I don't know. And you want to criticize Chomsky for whatever, you do that. I'm not going to do that because I think he's done a lot for anyone.
Well, to be honest with you, I think, to be honest with you, I mean, I stay on top of Chomsky more than I would say your average, even your average anarchist does. Just because,
and he is an anarchist still.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah, but he applies his anarchism in a way that is influenced by his knowledge of the state of American foreign policy and how that influences power around the world. It is it's an informed application of the knowledge that he has built over his lifetime. And like, you can't, I mean, that's what people will sit there and criticize him.
I mean, I understand, because this is not perfect. No human being is perfect, and he's done stupid things, I think. I mean, I remember back in the 90s, one of the things that was why do you support Chomsky or not support Chomsky, was him going out and saying that whoever it was some kind of Holocaust denier. He had the right to say that he was a Holocaust denier. Okay, that wasn't the smartest thing to say, but whatever. It doesn't really matter to me, because I think his overall work remedies that. I mean, I don't agree with him. I think that if you deny the Holocaust, you're a fucking idiot. But
and he has this classical kind of outlook on free speech, and when I think that has
that's a liberal way of thinking, and I think that that's the biggest problem with Chomsky. He's too much of a liberal. He actually is a liberal in some ways, and this is a problem with anarchism as a whole, because anarchism and liberalism there are some ways in which it overlaps, and I think this is one of the cases where anarchism and liberalism overlaps, and he thinks that it's okay to say that someone can question a fact, which is something that you shouldn't be able to do, really, because the Holocaust is a fact.
Yes, like literally, like since the 1940s, we have been arguing the Jewish question, and like,
it's not a question. No. I just want to be extremely clear about this. It's not a question. There is no Jewish question.
No, there's not.
No.
That question was answered about 1945.
Yep. There is no Jewish question. So, but that's a problem of Chomsky's, and it's his problem, not mine.
Yeah, but I definitely, when it comes to foreign policy and especially propaganda, when it comes to foreign policy, and every time I hear Chomsky, I'm waiting for me to find something, a flaw within what he's saying, and every time I'm just like I can't find any fault with his reasoning. I mean,
no, he's, and this is the point, because the thing that we were just talking about, that's not actually something that he said. That's something he supported or didn't support. In almost any case, when he says something, I find myself, well, yeah, he's right. And this is why I think, I mean, Chomsky is one of the greatest intellectuals of the last 100 years in any kind of field. And the fact that he sort of supported someone who defended someone who said that the Holocaust didn't take place. I mean, he didn't personally say that the Holocaust didn't take place.
He's basically defending the right of someone to say that didn't happen. That's his free speech argument,
which is a
horrible.
questionable. It is. I don't want anyone to say that.
Yeah,
and I wish he wouldn't say that as well, because he. I mean, if you look into the history of Chomsky, his parents were Jews supporting, basically supporting the establishment of the Israeli state in where it is now. So I don't know. It's strange. It's strange, but that's human nature for you.
Yeah, like you said, nobody's perfect.
I mean, if you look at it, and I know, Marty, because you and we sort of go around in the same social spheres. If you look at anarchists' history, if you look at Bakunin, for example, he was a big friend of Wagner, and Wagner was not the most tolerant person towards Jews, if you want to express it like that. And Bakunin himself was I'm going to say it boldly, he was a raging anti-Semite. This does not mean that I am that, because I mean, I don't think that the Jews in general are a bad influence on society, and I don't think you do either.
No.
Yeah, that's
Well,
you see my point. So, and this is also a part of, if you have any kind of anti-authoritarian views, you probably, you can look at to someone like Bakunin. Possibly you could look at someone like Wagner, and you would say, yeah, sure, those guys were raging anti-Semites, which they were, and you could still see that it doesn't really matter in the broad picture of things. It's not about Jews. It's about authority. It's about hierarchy. It's about who is in charge. And someone like Bakunin in his days, he thought that Rothschild or whomever was in charge. Well, maybe they were, but not now. Who is in charge now?
Well, and that's that.
Putin, probably. Biden.
Yeah. I mean, well, you have to me, it's more of a when people pose it as a an ethnic issue, to me it's a class issue. I mean, you literally have these are it's who has the power and the money and the influence, not what what religious or their heritage is, their religious or ethnic heritage, but the amount of power and influence that they have in terms of influencing political power. To me, that's like, and it's the corporate state. Like literally, the United States is just an extension of the corporate class, the ultra elite millionaires. Not even millionaires. We're talking, I can't even say it because I mean,
Billionaires, right?
well, you have a couple of corporations that are on the verge of being $1 trillion, like Apple and Amazon, that are literally on the verge of being.
It's like you're missing the good old days when Carnegie, etc., had billions of dollars.
Well, and like in that context, I mean, it's just this the power structure is getting further and further. The economic divide is getting bigger and bigger, and you just wonder how far that divide has to get before people just say, you know what, this is I'm enough. This motherfucker is going out into space. I mean, I had there was a joke video that I found on TikTok where this girl's like, she was thinking about going into space, and then she got depressed because she realizes that like the person that's going into space is Elon Musk and and Jeff Bezos and the like, and
of course they are. I mean, if we could send them off in space and we knew that they are not coming back,
that might be a good deal. But
yeah.
But literally, these fuckers have a mindset of they want, now that they've destroyed this planet and made it unlivable, now they want to go out and colonize other planets so they can do the same. I mean, it's just
absolutely. I don't know. I think that we're maybe possibly the same age. When I was young, we had this idea of the cyberspace, sort of going into space thing. And I mean, you had these movies, you had Blade Runner, you had what was it? But well, sort of the alien movies and so forth, the cyberpunk thing, that the Earth is going to be destroyed and we're going into space and we're going to find different worlds in space. This was the sort of 80s, 90s thing in movies. I don't know. Maybe you had the same experience. I don't. My view of it wasn't that this was a good thing, but rather that this was a sort of necessary thing, something that we had to do because we were sort of fucked here on Earth. This was the atheist view of things. And then the 19s and 20s came along, and well, everything's going to be all right. And we didn't get those kind of movies anymore. I don't know if that's only my perspective of it, but that's what I felt. And
I tend to think like because I come at it from a really radically different perspective in terms of the 1980s, because I was living in Indiana. I was a Christian. So my political perspective was very right leaning. And like having, but what you're pointing to, like that literally kind of like the 60s and early 70s, you kind of had that space, the final frontier, we're going to go out Star Trek and we're going to explore the universe, blah, 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 blah. And like the vision of that now is more we're looking for new places to exploit. Basically,
yeah, sure.
We're going to mine the universe for our
but I'm interested in hearing why. If I guess you've seen Blade Runner. You know the movie.
Many moons ago, yes.
Yeah. So when you watched it for the first time, and if it was this in this kind of Indiana sort of right wing leaning perspective, how did you interpret that?
When that movie came out, I was in this really fucking like this place in my life where like literally, I mean, I'm not kidding. I was raised in a very evangelical household. So I thought because you're talking Blade Runner was set in 2019 essentially. Yeah. And what they thought it was going to be like in 2019, blah, blah, blah. It's a dystopian future, blah, blah, blah. But
you mean it's not what you want?
But the reality of like at that time, like my head was so into, because my parents had filled me with religion. I was so afraid. I mean, in the 1980s, that film came out in 1982, and literally around the same time that movie came out, I was having nightmares because my mom was filling me. There was a book. Oh God, what is the author's name? Goats. Apocalypse. It was in a like. You're talking about this is literally the book that my mom was putting in front of my face. It's called Apocalypse Next: The New World Order.
How old were you at this time?
Well, let me see. I was born in 1967.
I have to calculate.
So,
67. I was born in 1978, so you're 11 years older than I am.
What would that be? 1967. So yeah, I was 15. So I would have been in
this is about the time when Blade Runner came out, or a couple of years before that. I think Blade Runner came out in 82.
82.
Yeah. So you were.
So I was 15.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the kind, like I said,
It's a fucking strange age to get that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't see it until later, of course, because I wasn't. I was like 4 years old when it came out, but you were 50.
yeah, and like literally, this person said about the book, 1980s apocalypse predictions are hilarious, though the actual stuff they're saying is crap. Getz's 500-page Armageddon was fun to read, but don't forget this book was revised 9 times in 8 years, and that the predictions that society will have collapsed by the early mid 2000s. This was a mindset like that like I was fed. So literally I thought like the end of the world was going to happen by the year 2000. So like my idea of 2019 was that the world was not going to exist. So like having the context of Blade Runner, to me it was just a science fiction movie. There was no, and I had this discussion kind of with my son. I kind of told me transition for me was really a point of where I questioned everything, not just my gender, not just my sexuality, not just my religious beliefs. All those things I did question when I transitioned, because I said, you know, if my gender is just a social construct, how many of these other constructs are bullshit? And I started pulling them apart and analyzing them. But before that point, and this is what I was trying to say to my son, there's two kinds of in this context, there's two kinds of people in the world. There are people that have live an examined life. They think about the things that they think, the reasons why they have the ideas that they do have. And then there's these other set of people, my brother I use as an example, my half brother. Like if you ask him about gay marriage, I don't think he's against it these days, but I'm just using this as an example. If he disagreed with it and you said, well, why do you disagree with it? Because it's fucking stupid. Well, no. Why is it stupid? Do you have anything to back that up? No, you fucking dumbass. It's stupid and it's wrong. How could you not see that? And you know, that is his kind of argument. But like literally the life he leads, it's all based on emotion and what is fed. Like literally the bigotry that has been instilled. I mean, and it's literally, you can see it going through my family. But there's no analysis going on there. It's literally just a response. And one of the most racist people in my family is my sister. Which, if you know, and I think back of Reagan and his welfare queen, there wasn't, during the late 1980s and the early 1990s, there wasn't a bigger welfare queen than my sister. She was on every form of government assistance that you can think of. And literally, like once she got a job, she worked for the state. And now she works for the Department of Homeland Security. She's never not worked for the government, depended on the government for money. Mm-hmm. But she is one of the most racist people. She will literally, she paints with the N-word. And I didn't understand it for the longest time, but I think I understand it now. She sees people that are black that are above her in life, in their station. And there's an emotional, it's not something she thinks about analytically. It's something she thinks about emotionally. And she's triggered and she's racist because of that. But it's literally not, and this is, I'm not, I haven't talked to her since the early 2000s, but like and she tried friending me, or she tried posting about me on Facebook, and I just deleted it. But like her whole kind of attitude is, it's not based on anything other than negative racist history within my family and emotion, based on her own lack of, like, where her dependence on the government. So those two things, but growing up in this bullshit cocktail. So when you ask me about Blade Runner in the context of like the, I didn't, I
was just
wasn't doing an
talking about the film. Really, I mean, this is, I think, I just wanted your opinion of the film. I've read the not the novel. It's not a novel. It's a short story by Philip K. Dick.
Uh-huh.
I've read that, and it's not really the same as the movie. The movie isn't really that special. The special thing about the movie is that it's the first of its kind. So I'm interested in what you have to say apart from what the movie is like, but really I just want to know what you think about the movie.
Well, what I'm saying is, though, like, I have an outlook on my kind of outlook on Blade Runner now. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd have to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen it in ages.
Because literally at the time that I watched it, it was something along the lines of Star Wars, and I wasn't processing it as some kind of, even Star Wars, you could say that it's, and honestly, George Lucas has said that let me see if I can find this. He said it was a
well, Star Wars, I didn't watch any of those movies until 85, 6. I don't know. The first one came out the year the year before I was born, so I couldn't have watched it.
George Lucas says, we're fighting the largest empire in the world, and we're just a bunch of hayseeds in coonskin hats that didn't know nothing, he says, in reference to the American Revolution against
but I mean, George Lucas, fuck him. Just don't listen to him, because anything he did after the first maybe 2 Star Wars movies, the first one, of course, it was him. Second one, third one, it wasn't him, because I think probably the people involved at the studio realized that he wasn't the one who was gonna make this one fly, and then for some reason they let him get back on it for the 4th, 5th, the ones,
the horrible ones.
yeah, the ones that we old guys think of as the new Star Wars movies, because we didn't realize that there were going to be another set of new movies.
Well, my point, though, is that like the Star Wars was based on the Vietnam War and America being
probably
the empire.
everything in the late 70s was based on the
Yeah. Well, and to me, it's like I was watching these movies and not applying any kind of like political analysis to it. To me, they were just entertaining movies, and I kind of think that's by design.
it's probably it's like it's Tolkien. It's the Lord of the Rings in space. That's what it is. Probably. I don't know. I mean, George Lucas is not a genius.
No.
No, he's not. I mean, he isn't, but someone decided that he was, and that's why Star Wars exists. So, who am I to disagree? to quote Annie Lennox.
Well, David, we're going on. Well, I don't know how long. How long have we been at this? This has been
Probably 3 hours.
Let's see. No, 4.5. I've been on.
Oh my fuck.
So I think I'm gonna call this.
Yeah, it's probably best because it's 2:30.
Yeah.
Here. So,
Well,
yeah.
I'm right behind you. It's
1:30.
Yeah.
Probably if you're in the UK, yes.
I am in the UK. But
yeah, you're behind, which is sort of general situation of things.
Yeah, in the UK, yes.
Yeah. You're behind most things.
Maybe someday we'll get there.
Yeah. You're trying, indefinitely trying to get to the European standards of things. Oh yeah, well.
I like to think of it more as like the Nordic countries' way of doing things rather than.
Yeah, but we were sort of idiots. But maybe we're smarter idiots than the idiots on the British Isles.
Or the Germans, or I mean, I could.
Yeah. So we're all idiots. It's just a sort of It's a question of degree.
Who gets the award for the worst and best?
Yeah. Of course.
But thank you, David, for coming on, and thank you for being.
It's a pleasure.
I appreciate it.
Hope to see you soon again.
All right, take care.
They're the same. Bye.
Bye. Well, that was David, and he is in Sweden. I'm not gonna do any more Swedish references, but that was interesting. I loved the conversation, especially from a fellow anarchist. It's really nice to have that kind of like someone that's close to my age that has that kind of like, well, especially a background that I'm not particularly, because growing up the way I did, man, I've had a great awakening, but somebody that grew up kind of entrenched and interested, like I kind of wish I would have 20 or 30 more years to kind of fill my brain with the kind of stuff that I know now, that I've just come to in the past decade and a half. So anyways, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being here. If you want to help out in the way David and Jonathan, who didn't show up tonight, But that's all right, Jonathan. I think I'll probably see you tomorrow on the Social Justice Alchemy. So I'll look for Jonathan there. You can help out comrades by going to charitylinks.page. Ha! There's Jonathan. It's like came in to put links in. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being here, for listening, for watching. So, Jonathan, is there going to be a Social Justice Alchemy tomorrow, or did I just tell a fib? I'm going to go now, and I actually am going to watch. What am I going to watch? I'm going to watch this. But y'all have a good night. I don't know why my Stream Deck has decided to go to sleep, but thank you for coming. Thank you for being here, and I will see you later. Oh. So we're going to start the show all over again. Jonathan's here. Kidding. 4 hours is plenty. 4 hours and 41 minutes. Wow.
You're listening to The Tea Party, part of the Trans FM radio network. Make sure to subscribe on YouTube and don't forget to click the bell icon to get notified when we go live.